The troop transport breaks through Vraks Prime's atmosphere on the 14th day of deployment, and through the reinforced viewing port, the world below appears deceptively peaceful. Rust-colored continents stretch beneath clouds that move in orderly patterns, unmarred by the black smoke that will later choke these skies for 17 years. The orbital approach reveals clusters of fortifications surrounding the central citadel, geometric patterns of defensive works that seem almost beautiful from this altitude, like ancient mandalas carved into the planet's surface. No one aboard the transport speaks of beauty. The Death Korps of Krieg does not traffic in such concepts. Colonel Jurten stands among his officers in the deployment bay, hands clasped behind his back, watching the world grow larger through the viewport. His greatcoat hangs heavy on his shoulders, the thick grey fabric already warm despite the transport's climate control. Beneath the brim of his peaked cap, his gas mask filters the recycled air with mechanical precision, each breath accompanied by the soft hiss of scrubbers working. The mask's lenses reduce the world to shades of green and amber, a perpetual twilight that Krieg-born soldiers learn to navigate before they can walk. He has worn variations of this mask for 3 decades, through compliance actions on 6 different worlds, and the weight of it no longer registers as discomfort, but merely as the natural state of existence. Around him, the regiment's command staff maintains similar silence. Captain Morton, commanding 4th Company, checks and rechecks the data slate containing deployment orders, his gloved fingers moving across the screen with meticulous care. Major Kellen, responsible for the artillery batteries that represent the regiment's primary striking power, stands with eyes fixed on the viewport, calculating ranges and angles with the unconscious precision of a man who has spent his adult life translating Imperial strategy into trajectories of explosive shells. Lieutenant Voss, youngest of the command staff at merely 23 standard years, maintains parade ground posture despite the fact that no one is watching, because discipline is not performance for the Death Korps, but rather the fundamental architecture of existence. The briefing had been clear, delivered by Lord General Zulke himself via hololith transmission 3 solar weeks prior. Vraks Prime, armory world of the Scaris sector, had fallen into rebellion under the leadership of Cardinal Astra Zaffan, an ecclesiarchy official who had apparently decided that his interpretation of the Emperor's will superseded that of the Adeptus Ministorum, the Administratum, and indeed the entire Imperial hierarchy. The Cardinal had fortified the world's massive weapon stockpiles, activated ancient orbital defense lasers, and declared independence from the Imperium. Such declarations are never accepted. The Imperium does not negotiate with rebels. It does not compromise with heretics. It sends armies to remind traitors of the price of defiance. The 88th Siege Army represents that reminder. 500,000 Death Korps soldiers organized into 33 regiments, supported by artillery bombardment corps, numbering another 100,000 tank regiments, engineering companies, and all the vast machinery of Imperial military might. The Administratum's strategic planners, working with cogitator banks that process variables at speeds that would shatter unaugmented human minds, have calculated every detail of the coming campaign with mathematical precision. 12 standard years to reduce the rebel defenses, approximately 3.7 million acceptable casualties among Imperial forces, victory probability 94.6%. Jurten had read these projections with the same detachment one might review supply requisition forms. The Death Korps does not question projections. They exist to provide the bodies that fill those calculated casualty columns, to be the living integers in the Administratum's equations of conquest. Krieg's tithing obligations to the Imperium exceed those of almost any other world, a debt paid in blood that stretches back 1,500 years to the Civil War that reduced their homeworld to an irradiated wasteland. Every child born in Krieg's underground hive cities learns this history before they learn to read. They owe the Emperor everything because their ancestors nearly destroyed everything. There is no path to redemption except through service, and no service more valuable than dying in the Emperor's name. The transport begins its final descent, and the deck plates vibrate with the thunder of retro thrusters firing. Through the viewport, details resolve with increasing clarity. The Van Miersland wastes spread across the northern approach to the citadel, a landscape of grey-brown dirt punctuated by rocky outcroppings and the geometric precision of fortified positions. Trenches snake across the terrain in patterns that suggest competent military engineering, their lines designed to provide interlocking fields of fire and multiple fallback positions. Bunker complexes rise like concrete tumors from the earth, their firing slits already tracking the descending transports with defensive guns. The orbital defense lasers, massive installations capable of vaporizing approaching warships, dominate the skyline around the central citadel, their targeting arrays sweeping the heavens with mechanical patience. The defenders had months to prepare, Jurten notes, perhaps years. The failed assassination attempt by the Officio Assassinorum that sparked this crisis occurred long enough ago. That word filtered slowly through the vast bureaucracy of the Imperium before reaching the appropriate military authorities. By the time High Command authorized the raising of the 88th Siege Army, by the time regiments assembled from Krieg and made the warp journey to the Scarus sector, by the time logistics trains established supply lines and staging areas, Vraks Prime's rebel forces had every opportunity to fortify their positions. They had used that time well. The defensive works below represent competent preparation, the kind that will require methodical reduction through artillery bombardment and infantry assault. This does not trouble Jurten. The Death Korps excels at methodical reduction. They were forged in 500 years of civil war, fought in the radioactive ruins of their homeworld, where every meter of ground was contested, where trench lines remained static for decades, where victory came not through brilliant maneuver, but through the willingness to accept losses that would break other regiments. Other Imperial Guard forces might balk at the sight of such prepared defenses. Cadian regiments would maneuver to find weak points. Catachan jungle fighters would infiltrate and sabotage. Vostroyan regiments would deploy their heavy weapons and conduct standoff bombardment. The Death Korps simply walks forward into the guns, absorbs the casualties, and keeps walking until the enemy runs out of ammunition, or defenders, or will. The transport touches down on the designated landing zone, 12 kilometers north of the primary defensive line. The deployment ramp drops with hydraulic precision, and Vraks Prime's atmosphere floods the bay with its dry, metallic taste, filtered through 10,000 gas mask scrubbers simultaneously. The regiment files out in perfect formation, boots striking alien dirt in synchronized rhythm, each soldier carrying 70 kilograms of equipment as if the weight were nothing at all. Companies form up by the numbers, officers calling out positions with voices rendered flat and mechanical by mask speakers, sergeants checking weapons and gear, with a thoroughness that separates professional soldiers from armed civilians. The landscape stretches away in all directions, barren and unwelcoming. This far from the citadel, the ground shows little sign of fortification, though intelligence reports indicate that the rebels have mined the approaches extensively. Demolition teams will need to clear paths before the main advance can begin. Overhead, more transports descend in carefully choreographed patterns, each one disgorging another few hundred soldiers, another battery of field guns, another squadron of Lehman Russ battle tanks. The mathematics of the deployment have been calculated down to the last laser gun power cell, the last ration tin, the last body bag. Jurten establishes the regimental command post in a natural depression that provides minimal cover from observation, though the regiment's engineers immediately begin fortifying the position with sandbags and rockcrete barriers. Communication officers set up Vox arrays, establishing contact with siege army headquarters and the other regiments spreading across the landing zones. Artillery observers scout positions for the gun batteries that will form the backbone of the assault. Tank commanders confer with infantry captains about coordination during the coming advance. Everything proceeds with mechanical efficiency, because the Death Korps has done this before on a dozen worlds, and will do it again on a dozen more, if the Emperor wills it. The first night on Vraks Prime passes quietly, almost peacefully. Guard posts are established, watch rotations organized, defensive positions prepared in case the rebels decide to contest the landing zones. They do not. Either the enemy lacks the mobile forces to launch counterattacks, or they have decided to husband their strength behind prepared defenses, allowing the Imperial forces to come to them. Jurten reviews deployment reports by the light of a shielded lamp, cross-referencing unit positions with the operational plan, confirming that the 262nd Regiment occupies its designated sector and stands ready to commence operations on schedule. The orders arrive via encrypted Vox transmission at 0400 hours, stamped with Lord General Zuelka's personal authorization code. The artillery bombardment will commence at 0600, targeting enemy fortifications in grid sectors 7 through 19. Infantry assault will follow 90 minutes later, with specific objectives assigned to each regiment. The 262nd draws assignment to reduce defensive positions around Fort A453, a moderately hardened bunker complex controlling approaches to the main citadel from the northwest. Estimated enemy strength: 2,000 rebel militia, possibly supported by elements of the Vraksian Planetary Defense Force. Estimated reduction timeline: 72 hours. Acceptable casualty threshold: 40%. Jurten briefs his officers at 0500, laying out the operational plan with the same methodical precision that characterized his entire career. 4th Company will lead the assault, supported by the regiment's tank squadron. 2nd and 3rd Companies will exploit any breakthrough, expanding the penetration and securing flanks. 1st Company remains in reserve, ready to commit if the assault stalls or if the enemy counterattacks. Artillery support will be continuous, though forward observers must maintain constant communication to avoid hitting friendly forces. Casualties will be evacuated to the rear according to established protocol, with the regiment's medica teams positioned to receive wounded. No one questions the 40% casualty threshold. The phrase acceptable losses sits easily in the minds of men who are taught from childhood that their lives possess value only in how they are spent for the Emperor. Krieg's vitae wombs produce enough children to maintain population levels despite the staggering losses sustained by the Death Korps across the Imperium. Each soldier represents an investment of resources, training time, and equipment. But the Administratum has calculated that these costs remain acceptable when balanced against the strategic value of victories achieved. The Death Korps exists as living proof that some wars cannot be won through maneuver or brilliance, but only through the willingness to pay any price demanded. At 0600 hours precisely, the artillery begins. The sound arrives as a physical force, a pressure wave that compresses the chest and vibrates in the bones. Earthshaker cannons speak in voices like gods announcing judgment, each discharge lighting the pre-dawn darkness with brief flares that cast long shadows across the assembled infantry. The shells arc overhead on trajectories calculated to intersect with rebel fortifications, and seconds later, the horizon erupts in flowers of fire and earth. The bombardment continues without pause, hundreds of guns hurling thousands of shells into carefully plotted squares of ground, churning defensive positions into cratered moonscape. Jurten watches through magnoculars, studying the impact zones with professional interest. The rebel fortifications absorb the barrage with impressive resilience. Bunkers designed to withstand such bombardment remain largely intact, though their outer works sustain damage. The trenches collapse in places, but defensive positions were clearly designed with redundancy in mind. This will not be a quick reduction. The rebels constructed their defenses with competence, possibly with assistance from properly trained Imperial engineers before the rebellion commenced. No matter. Competent defenses simply require more artillery, more time, and more bodies to overcome them. At 0730, the infantry moves forward. 4th Company advances in extended line, squads spaced at precise intervals, officers maintaining position with their units. The morning light reveals the killing ground clearly, 1,500 meters of open terrain between the Imperial start line and the rebel positions, ground that offers minimal cover and maximum exposure to defensive fire. The company walks toward the guns at the measured pace that the Death Korps favors, not running, not seeking what little cover exists, but advancing with the inevitability of a glacier, absorbing losses with the same mechanical indifference that characterizes everything they do. The rebels open fire at 1,000 meters, heavy stubbers and autocannons speaking from bunker firing slits, cutting down the leading ranks with brutal efficiency. Men fall, their bodies tumbling across dirt that will soon become mud with their blood, and the line closes ranks and continues forward. At 800 meters, the rebel mortars find their range, shells dropping among the advancing squads with whoomp-crack detonations that fling bodies and body parts into the air. The line absorbs these losses and continues forward. At 600 meters, laser fire from rebel positions adds to the storm of incoming fire, beams of coherent light intersecting with advancing soldiers, burning through greatcoats and flesh with equal ease. The line suffers and continues forward. This is what the Death Korps does. This is what they were created to do. Walk into the guns until the enemy runs out of ammunition, or the position is overrun, whichever comes first. The tactical doctrine emerged from Krieg's civil war, where neither side possessed the resources for sophisticated maneuver warfare, where battles were decided by which side could sustain losses longest. 15 generations learned to view such tactics not as wasteful, but as necessary, not as failure of imagination, but as the only reliable path to victory when fighting against equally determined opponents. 4th Company reaches the rebel trench line with approximately 60% strength remaining, having lost 240 soldiers to get across 1,500 meters of open ground. The surviving troopers drop into the trenches and engage in close-quarters combat, bayonets fixed to laser guns, entrenching tools swinging with mechanical precision. The rebels fight with the desperation of men defending their homes, but they lack the systematic brutality that characterizes Death Korps' close combat doctrine. Training makes the difference. Within 20 minutes, the first line of trenches falls to Imperial control, littered with the rebel dead and the Death Korps soldiers who died taking it. 2nd and 3rd Companies exploit the breakthrough, pushing deeper into the defensive complex while the regiment's artillery shifts fire to isolate the penetration from potential rebel reinforcement. The tank squadron, Lehman Russ battle tanks painted in Krieg's grey and bearing names like Duty's Price and Emperor's Tithe, provides mobile fire support, their battle cannons reducing bunkers to rubble at ranges where the defenders cannot effectively return fire. By nightfall, Fort A453 stands in Imperial hands, reduced ahead of schedule, despite defensive works that proved more formidable than intelligence estimates suggested. The regiment suffered 43% casualties, 3% above the acceptable threshold, but within margins of error. 408 soldiers dead, another 600 wounded, though only 200 of those wounds are severe enough to require evacuation to rear medical facilities. The regiment's casualty processing teams catalogue the fallen with bureaucratic efficiency, recovering identification tags, personal effects, and any salvageable equipment. The dead will be buried in mass graves, as is standard Imperial procedure when facing conflicts of extended duration. The Adeptus Ministorum provides no benediction. The Death Korps requires no consoling prayers. They died in service to the Emperor. Their debt is paid. The living envy them. That first engagement sets the pattern for the months that follow. The 88th Siege Army advances methodically across the Van Meerslen Waste, reducing fortification after fortification through artillery bombardment and infantry assault. Each position falls eventually, purchased with acceptable losses, and the Imperial forces move forward another few hundred meters. The rebel defenders fight with determination but lack the resources to conduct meaningful counterattacks. They die in their positions or retreat to fallback lines, preserving their strength where possible. But the mathematics favor the Imperium. The siege army can afford losses. The rebels cannot. Jurten's regiment participates in 7 major assaults over the first 4 months, each one following the same brutal pattern. Artillery preparation, infantry advance under fire, close assault with bayonet and entrenching tool, consolidation and preparation for the next assault. The regiment's roster, which began the campaign at 4,800 soldiers, drops to 3,200 effectives, requiring reinforcement from replacement drafts shipped from Krieg. Fresh soldiers arrive with the same stoic determination as those they replace, step into the same positions, and prepare to die in the same manner when their turn comes. By month 6, the Imperial advance has pushed to within 20 kilometers of the citadel proper, ahead of the projected timeline. Lord General Zuelki issues commendations to successful units, noting that if this pace continues, the campaign might conclude in 9 years rather than 12, saving 3 years of operational costs and approximately 1 million soldiers who will not need to die after all. The Administratum's strategic planners revise their projections, adjusting casualty estimates downward by 18%, resource consumption by 12%, probable completion date to 822, M41 rather than 825 M41 as originally calculated. Jurten reads these revised projections with the same detachment he brought to the original estimates, numbers on a data slate, variables in equations he does not control. His responsibility encompasses only the 262nd Regiment, ensuring that it fulfills assigned missions, maintains acceptable operational readiness, and produces casualties that fall within predicted parameters. The regiment has performed adequately thus far, neither exceeding nor falling short of expectations, existing as one grey-coated cog in a vast machine grinding forward with mechanical inevitability. In the trenches, soldiers write letters to families they will never see again, clean weapons that have not been cleaned since deployment, and wait for orders that will send them forward into the next assault. They do not complain. The Death Korps does not complain. Suffering is purpose. Death is achievement. Service is everything. And somewhere in the vast bureaucratic mechanisms of the Imperium, analysts revise projections and calculate acceptable losses, confident that this war, like all wars, is simply a matter of applying sufficient force for sufficient duration until resistance ceases. The siege army settles into its rhythm, and Vraks Prime begins its transformation into a charnel house that will consume millions before anyone realizes that the projections were wrong, that the mathematics fail to account for variables that cannot be quantified, and that some wars do not end when the numbers say they should. But that realization lies years ahead, hidden behind battles not yet fought and losses not yet sustained. For now, there is only the advance, the artillery, the assault, and the absolute certainty that the Imperium will prevail because failure is not among the variables that the Administratum permits its cogitators to consider. Winter arrives on Vraks Prime with vindictive suddenness, as if the planet itself has chosen sides in the conflict. The temperature drops 30 degrees in the span of a solar week, and the perpetual wind that sweeps across the Van Meerslen waste carries ice crystals that find every gap in clothing, every unsealed seam in shelters. The trench lines fill with frozen mud that sucks at boots and equipment, transforming the already miserable conditions of siege warfare into something approaching the toxic environment of Krieg itself. This familiarity with misery grants the Death Korps an advantage that more comfortable regiments might lack. The Krieg soldiers wear their greatcoats buttoned to the throat, wrap scarves around their necks beneath the gas masks, and continue their duties with the same mechanical precision that characterized their service before the cold arrived. They have trained in temperatures that would kill unprotected humans within minutes, drilling in Krieg's radioactive wastes where the wind howls, with voices that seem almost alive. Vraks Prime's winter may be harsh, but it lacks the contamination that makes every breath on Krieg a carefully filtered transaction with death. For the men of the 262nd Regiment, this cold is merely uncomfortable, not deadly, and comfort has never been part of their expectations. Colonel Jurten establishes the regiment's winter positions along a section of line overlooking a series of defensive trenches that intelligence identifies as lightly held by rebel forces. The assumption is that winter will slow operations, that both sides will consolidate positions and husband resources until spring permits renewed offensive action. This assumption proves accurate for the first 2 months of winter, as artillery bombardments decrease in frequency and infantry assaults occur only when opportunities present themselves. The war settles into what appears to be stable attrition, with acceptable casualties on both sides, and neither faction able to generate momentum for breakthrough operations. During these months of reduced activity, the regiment rotates companies through the forward positions on weekly schedules, allowing exhausted units time to rest, refit, and absorb replacement personnel. The flow of reinforcements from Krieg continues steadily, young soldiers arriving with equipment still bearing factory stamps, their gas masks pristine and unmarked by the scuffs and dents that identify veterans. These replacements integrate into companies with minimal ceremony, filling empty positions in squads, taking over firing positions from casualties, becoming part of the machine with the same efficiency that characterizes all Death Korps operations. Private Morton, designation 37689, arrives with a 3rd replacement draft, assigned to 2nd Company, 4th Squad. He is 19 standard years old, product of Vitae Womb Batch 88-12, trained in Siege Warfare Complex 9-4 at Krieg's Northern Manufactorum Hive. His personal history consists of numbers and designations, training scores and medical evaluations, psychological conditioning assessments that confirm he possesses appropriate mindset for Death Korps service. He has never known his biological parents, never possessed possessions that could not fit in a standard issue rucksack, never imagined a future beyond service and death. He is, in all respects, a perfectly ordinary Death Korps soldier. Morton takes his place in the trench line 2 days after arrival, standing watch during the pre-dawn hours when visibility approaches zero, and the only sounds are wind howling across no man's land, and the occasional crack of ice shifting in frozen mud. Through his mask's lenses, the world appears as gradations of green and amber, thermal signatures rendered in false colors that highlight the warmth of living bodies against the cold background. The rebel positions lie 800 meters distant, marked by the faint heat signatures of soldiers moving in their trenches, maintaining their own watches, enduring their own misery. He wonders briefly what those rebels think about during these long hours of darkness and cold, whether they question their decision to follow Cardinal Zafan's rebellion, whether they regret the choices that brought them to these trenches, whether they fear death or have made peace with its inevitability. Such thoughts are dangerous, suggesting that the enemy possesses interiority comparable to Imperial soldiers, and Morton suppresses them with the discipline that 17 years of conditioning have instilled. The rebels are traitors. They rejected the Emperor's light. Their thoughts, if they possess thoughts at all, are contaminated by heresy and irrelevant to the Emperor's purposes. The night passes without incident, and Morton rotates off watch to join his squad in one of the dugouts that line the trench system, carved into the frozen earth and reinforced with salvaged timber and sandbags. 8 soldiers occupy the cramped space, sitting on ammunition crates or stretched on bedrolls that provide minimal insulation from the cold seeping through the ground. A small heating unit, fuel carefully rationed, produces enough warmth to keep the space above freezing. The soldiers clean weapons with methodical care, write in personal journals if they possess the literacy to do so, or simply sit in silence, conserving energy and waiting for orders. Corporal Henrik, squad leader, possesses the hard-bitten look of a man who has survived multiple campaigns. Scars mark his hands and face with the peculiar geography that combat bestows, and his eyes, visible through the mask lenses, carry the flat affect of someone who has seen too many friends die to invest emotional energy in new acquaintances. He assigns tasks with minimal words, corrects mistakes with sharp rebukes, and maintains the squad's operational readiness with professional competence. His approval must be earned through performance. His respect cannot be bought with anything except demonstrated capability under fire. Morton learns the squad's rhythms over subsequent days. He learns which soldiers possess which specializations, who maintains the squad's Vox equipment, who serves as designated marksman, who carries the heavy stubber that provides suppressive fire during assaults. He learns the unspoken hierarchies, who speaks and who listens, who possesses authority beyond formal rank structure. He learns to anticipate orders before they are given, moving to fulfill responsibilities before being told, demonstrating the initiative that separates adequate soldiers from exemplary ones. The regiment's routine continues through winter's deepening cold. Artillery bombardments occur on scheduled intervals, maintaining pressure on rebel positions without the intensity of full offensive operations. Infantry patrols probe enemy defenses, testing reaction times, identifying weak points, gathering intelligence that will inform spring's expected offensives. Casualties occur with predictable regularity. Soldiers killed by sniper fire, mortar bombardments, or simply the cold and exposure, the claim the unlucky or the careless. The regiment's casualty rate during winter operations falls to approximately 2% monthly, sustainable losses that allow the unit to maintain strength through integration of replacement personnel. Jurten reviews casualty reports with the same methodical attention he applies to all aspects of command. Names scroll past on data slates, each one representing a soldier lost, a position to be filled, an impact on the regiment's operational capability. He notes patterns, identifies units sustaining higher than average losses, directs resources to shore up weak points. The exercise is purely analytical, divorced from sentiment or grief, because commanders who allow emotion to influence decisions make poor decisions, and poor decisions result in unnecessary casualties. Better to remain detached, to view soldiers as resources to be managed rather than individuals to be known, to maintain the professional distance that permits clear thinking under pressure. During the third month of winter, the pattern changes. Intelligence reports indicate movement in the rebel rear areas, formations repositioning under cover of darkness and weather that makes aerial reconnaissance unreliable. The 88th Siege Army's command staff debates the significance of this movement, some arguing it represents defensive adjustments, others suggesting preparation for counter-offensive operations. Lord General Zuelki orders increased vigilance along the entire front, directing units to strengthen defensive positions and prepare for potential rebel attacks. The attack comes on a moonless night when cloud cover reduces visibility to less than 50 meters and the wind howls with sufficient fury to mask the sound of troops moving through frozen trenches. The rebels strike simultaneously across multiple sectors, clearly coordinating their assault despite communication difficulties imposed by Imperial jamming operations. They attack with numbers that surprise Imperial intelligence estimates, throwing forces into the assault with intensity that suggests either desperation or commitment that analysts had underestimated. The 262nd Regiment sector receives particular attention, with approximately 2,000 rebel troops hitting positions held by 3rd Company. The assault begins with mortar bombardment, shells dropping into Imperial trenches with devastating effect, followed immediately by infantry charges across no man's land. The rebels advance in waves, absorbing losses to close assault range, and hit the Imperial positions with momentum born of either courage or madness. For 90 minutes, the fighting devolves into close-quarters brutality, bayonets and entrenching tools wielded with lethal intent, soldiers grappling in frozen mud, the darkness lit by muzzle flashes, and the occasional flare that casts long shadows across scenes of medieval savagery. Third Company holds its positions through sheer stubborn refusal to retreat, trading casualties with the attackers in exchange rates that favor neither side particularly. Reinforcements from Second Company arrive within 20 minutes of the assault's commencement, counter-attacking into the rebel penetration with bayonets fixed and laser guns firing. The rebels, having achieved initial surprise but lacking the strength to exploit their gains, begin withdrawing under pressure from the counterattack. By dawn, the positions stand secure in Imperial hands, littered with bodies from both sides, the frozen ground stained with blood that will remain visible until spring thaws erase the evidence. The regiment suffered 217 casualties, 18% of Third Company's effective strength. Rebel losses are estimated at approximately 900. Bodies left in Imperial trenches or sprawled across no man's land. The mathematics of attrition favor the Imperium, as they always do, but the counterattack represents a shift in rebel tactics, a willingness to take offensive action despite resource disadvantages, a demonstration of commitment that contradicts intelligence assessments, suggesting the rebels were on the verge of collapse. Similar attacks occur across the front, hitting multiple regiments simultaneously. The 88th Siege Army sustains approximately 8,000 casualties over the three-day offensive, losses that fall within acceptable parameters, but which represent the first sustained rebel offensive of the entire campaign. Lord General Zwelker issues orders for enhanced security measures, increased patrol activity, and accelerated preparation for spring offensive operations. His staff briefs him on revised intelligence estimates, suggesting the rebels possess greater strength and determination than previously calculated. The general's response to these briefings is pragmatic. If the enemy possesses more strength than estimated, then more force must be applied to overcome that strength. The fundamental mathematics remain unchanged. The Imperium possesses vast reserves of manpower and material. The rebels possess only what they held when the siege began, a finite resource depleting with every engagement. Attrition favors the side with greater resources, always and inevitably. Therefore, the campaign will continue as planned, adjusted for new casualty projections, but otherwise maintaining the methodical approach that has carried Imperial forces to within 20 kilometers of the citadel proper. Winter releases its grip on Vraks Prime slowly, reluctantly, as if aware that worse horrors await when the fighting resumes at full intensity. The ice melts into mud that makes movement difficult and miserable, filling trenches with standing water that soaks through boots and breeds trench rot among soldiers who cannot dry their feet for days at a time. The regiment's medical teams treat increasing numbers of cases involving infection and frostbite complications, extracting soldiers from the line for treatment when conditions become severe enough to impact operational effectiveness. Morton survives his first winter in the trenches, neither distinguishing himself through heroism nor failing in his duties. He performs adequately, which is all the Death Korps requires. His squad accepts him with the minimal camaraderie that trench warfare permits, acknowledging his presence without investing emotional energy in bonds that combat will likely sever. He learns to sleep through artillery bombardment, to eat cold rations without complaint, to maintain weapons in conditions that would shame armory quartermasters, to endure discomfort that would break soldiers from more comfortable backgrounds. He becomes, in all respects, a proper Death Korps soldier, ready to die whenever orders demand it. Colonel Jurten marks the end of winter by reviewing revised operational projections delivered from Siege Army headquarters. The spring offensive will commence in 30 days, targeting defensive works that Imperial intelligence has designated as high priority objectives. The 262nd Regiment will participate in the assault on fortification complex, designated Objective Gamma 73, estimated enemy strength 4,000 rebels, estimated reduction timeline 120 hours, acceptable casualty threshold 50%. The regiment currently musters 3,800 effectives, sufficient strength to fulfill mission requirements with appropriate support from adjacent units and attached artillery batteries. The numbers settle into Jurten's mind with familiar weight. 50% acceptable losses means the regiment will likely emerge from the coming assault with approximately 1,900 soldiers, requiring substantial reinforcement before returning to operational status. Half the men currently under his command will be dead within the coming weeks, their bodies processed through casualty stations, their identification tags logged in vast administrative databases, their positions filled by replacements who will in turn face similar odds during subsequent operations. He feels nothing about this beyond professional assessment of logistical implications. Sentiment serves no purpose. Grief accomplishes nothing. The regiment exists to fulfill missions assigned by higher authority, to serve as one component in the vast machinery of Imperial military power. Individual soldiers matter only in aggregate, as components of units, as numbers that must be maintained at sufficient levels to preserve operational capability. Their deaths, while regrettable from a resource management perspective, are necessary expenditures in pursuit of strategic objectives. Spring arrives, and with it comes the resumption of offensive operations at full intensity. The artillery bombardments intensify, thousands of shells falling on rebel positions daily, churning defensive works into cratered moonscape. The infantry prepares for the assaults that will follow, soldiers checking equipment with ritualistic precision, officers reviewing operational plans, chaplains offering benedictions to regiments that request such services. Though the Death Korps typically declines, they require no reminder of duty. They need no exhortation to courage. They exist for this purpose. All else is irrelevant. In the trenches, Morton and his squad mates wait for orders that will send them forward into the guns once more. The winter taught them survival skills, but spring will test whether survival remains possible when the war resumes its full fury. The regiment stands ready. The 88th Siege Army stands ready. The vast machinery of Imperial conquest grinds forward with mechanical inevitability, and the death toll continues to climb toward projections that seem somehow less reliable with each passing month. But projections do not matter. Only duty matters, only service, only the willingness to walk into the guns one more time, because the alternative is unthinkable, and because the Death Korps knows no other way. The spring offensive begins on schedule. precisely at 0600 hours on the 91st day of the year, with artillery preparation that continues for 72 hours without pause. The bombardment represents the largest concentration of firepower employed thus far in the campaign, every available gun targeting the defensive belt surrounding the citadel, attempting to shatter rebel positions through sheer volume of explosives delivered. The shells fall in patterns calculated by the Administratum's most advanced cogitator banks, each impact precisely plotted to maximize destructive effect, while minimizing ammunition expenditure. From the regiment's forward positions, the bombardment appears as a continuous thunder, individual detonations blurring into a single sustained roar that makes conversation impossible, except by shouted words pressed directly against a listener's ear. The ground vibrates continuously, transmitting shock waves from the impact zones through kilometers of earth, rattling equipment in dugouts, dislodging frozen dirt from trench walls. The sky takes on a perpetual twilight quality, sunlight filtered through clouds of pulverized earth and explosive residue that hang over the battlefield like the breath of some malevolent god. Morton crouches in his squad's dugout during the bombardment, hands pressed over his ears despite the gas mask's built-in hearing protection, trying to find some position that offers relief from the relentless assault on his senses. The other soldiers sit in similar attitudes of endurance, waiting for the bombardment to end, knowing that its cessation will signal the beginning of their own ordeal. Sleep proves impossible. Food tastes like ash filtered through the mask's respirators. Time loses meaning when every moment is defined by thunder and shaking its earth. On the third day of bombardment, the artillery fires its final salvo at 0545, leaving 15 minutes of sudden, shocking silence before the infantry moves forward. The absence of sound feels almost painful, ears ringing in vacuum left by departed thunder. Officers emerge from command posts, checking equipment one final time, ensuring that every soldier knows their assignment, that every squad understands its role in the coming assault. Captain Morton, commanding 4th Company, walks the line with professional calm, speaking quiet words to soldiers who will shortly walk into defensive fire, offering no false promises, but simply acknowledging their humanity before asking them to set it aside in service of duty. Colonel Jurten occupies the command post established 300 meters behind the jump-off positions, surrounded by Vox operators maintaining contact with Siege Army headquarters and the adjacent regiments that will support the 262nd's assault. Maps cover every available surface, marked with unit positions, objective lines, and casualty evacuation routes. Medical teams stand ready in shelters designated for triage, stretcher bearers positioned to recover wounded when the assault begins. Everything has been prepared with the methodical thoroughness that characterizes Death Korps operations. At 0600 precisely, whistles blow along the line, and 5 companies of the 262nd Regiment climb out of their trenches and begin walking toward objectives 2,000 meters distant. The advance proceeds at measured pace, squads maintaining spacing, officers leading from the front according to Death Korps doctrine that demands commanders share the same risks as their soldiers. The morning light reveals ground transformed by artillery bombardment into apocalyptic landscape, cratered and scarred, littered with the twisted remains of defensive works and the occasional glimpse of bodies too thoroughly destroyed to identify as human. The rebel response arrives at 800 meters, autocannon fire from surviving bunkers cutting through the advancing ranks with mechanical precision. Soldiers fall, tumbling across cratered ground, and the line maintains formation and continues forward. At 600 meters, heavy stubber positions open fire, adding their voice to the defensive barrage. At 400 meters, laser gun fire from infantry positions lights the morning with intersecting beams of coherent light. The Death Korps absorbs these losses with familiar stoicism, accepting casualties as the price of forward movement, trading lives for meters of ground with mathematics that favor neither side particularly. The lead elements reach the first rebel trench line at approximately 65% strength, having lost 1,300 soldiers to cross 2,000 meters of killing ground. They drop into the trenches and engage in close assault, bayonets fixed, entrenching tools swinging. The fighting devolves into brutal simplicity, humans killing humans in confined spaces with tools designed for that singular purpose. Training makes the difference. Death Korps soldiers practice close combat from childhood, learning to kill with mechanical efficiency, divorcing the act from emotion or hesitation. The rebels fight with desperation, but lack the systematic brutality that long training instills. The first line falls within 30 minutes. The second line, 100 meters beyond, falls within an hour. The third line proves more difficult, defended by troops who demonstrate superior discipline and marksmanship, who coordinate their defense with tactical competence that suggests proper military training. These are not militia but Vraksian Planetary Defense Force regulars, professional soldiers with equipment and training comparable to Imperial Guard standards. The fighting at the third line consumes the morning, grinding through the regiment's strength company by company, extracting a price for every meter gained. By early afternoon, approximately 6 hours into the assault, the 262nd Regiment has penetrated 800 meters into the defensive belt and sustained 42% casualties. The assault continues because orders specify that objectives must be seized regardless of losses, that acceptable thresholds represent guidelines rather than limits. The commanders possess discretion to continue operations if breakthrough appears imminent. Colonel Jurten commits his reserve company, sending the last fresh soldiers into the grinder, gambling that one more push will break the rebel defense and justify the losses already sustained. The gamble fails. The reserve company smashes against the same defensive positions that broke the previous waves, sustaining losses without achieving breakthrough. By nightfall, the assault stalls 300 meters short of the day's objectives, with the regiment's effective strength reduced to approximately 2,000 soldiers from the 3,800 who began the attack. 52% casualties, exceeding the acceptable threshold by 2%, but within margins that High Command considers reasonable given the intensity of resistance encountered. Similar results characterize the day's operations across the entire front. The 88th Siege Army sustains approximately 40,000 casualties, while advancing between 500 and 1,000 meters, depending on sector. The rebel defensive belt proves more resilient than intelligence projected, forcing revision of casualty estimates and operational timelines. Lord General Zuelka convenes his staff to review the day's results and develop revised plans for continuing the offensive. The second day proceeds similarly, with fresh artillery bombardment, followed by renewed infantry assault. The 262nd Regiment, reinforced overnight with 500 replacement soldiers, attacks with approximately 2,400 effectives, targeting objectives that resisted the previous day's assault. The fighting follows familiar patterns, close quarters brutality in trenches and bunkers, casualties mounting in direct proportion to ground gained, mathematics of attrition grinding both sides toward exhaustion. During the afternoon of the second day, the nature of the fighting changes abruptly and horrifyingly. Intelligence reports arrive indicating movement in the rebel rear areas, forces advancing toward the Imperial penetration. Aerial reconnaissance proves difficult due to ground-based anti-aircraft fire, but what images are captured suggest the movement involves armored vehicles and formations that appear significantly different from the militia and PDF units encountered thus far. The first Death Guard Plague Marine appears at approximately 1400 hours, emerging from a communication trench into a sector held by what remains of 3rd Company. The figure towers over normal humans, power armor corrupted by centuries of exposure to Nurgle's gifts, ceramite green with corrosion and crawling with the writhing motion of unnatural life. Its helm faceplate bears the Death's Head iconography of the Death Guard, and from its back-mounted rebreather units pour clouds of toxic vapor that kill unprotected humans within seconds. The Plague Marine kills 17 Death Korps soldiers in 90 seconds, moving with the terrifying combination of transhuman speed and supernatural resilience. Laser gun fire splashes against its armor without significant effect. When it finally falls to concentrated fire from multiple squads, dozens of individual hits burning through armor weakened by millennia of corruption, it leaves behind a corpse that continues to spread contamination, even in death. Flesh boiling with diseases that defy conventional understanding. Over the next 6 hours, more Plague Marines appear across the Imperial front, arriving individually or in small groups, deployed as fire brigade units to shore up rebel defenses at critical points. Their arrival transforms the battle's character fundamentally. Where previously the Death Korps faced human opponents whom they could defeat through superior training and willingness to accept losses, they now encounter transhuman warriors who combine the Emperor's own genetic gifts with the Dark God's twisted blessings, creating something that surpasses both while corrupting the ideals that birthed them. The assault stalls completely as Chaos Space Marines integrate into the rebel defensive system. Companies that might have achieved breakthrough against human opposition find themselves unable to advance against even small numbers of Plague Marines. The mathematics of attrition, which previously favored the Imperium, shifts as losses mount without corresponding territorial gains. By nightfall of the second day, the 262nd Regiment reports 37% casualties for that day's fighting alone, with total campaign casualties approaching 80% of original strength. Colonel Jurten requests permission to withdraw the regiment from offensive operations, citing unsustainable losses and inability to achieve assigned objectives against superhuman opposition. His request is denied. Lord General Zuelka issues orders specifying that all units will maintain pressure on rebel positions regardless of Chaos Space Marine presence, that artillery support will be increased, that Imperial forces will not concede initiative to the enemy regardless of cost. The offensive continues. The third day brings confirmation of fears that Imperial command has avoided articulating. The rebellion on Vraks Prime is no longer merely a rebellion. Chaos has arrived in force, drawn by the conflict's intensity, or perhaps invited by Cardinal Zaffen himself, transforming what began as a relatively straightforward siege into something far more sinister. The Death Guard represent only the vanguard. Intelligence reports suggest the presence of multiple traitor Legion warbands attracted to Vraks Prime like carrion flies to a corpse, seeing opportunity in the Imperium's commitment to reducing the world's defenses. The fighting takes on nightmarish quality as more Chaos forces arrive. Plague Marines anchor rebel defensive positions, making even heavily bombarded sectors nearly impossible to take through conventional assault. Their presence brings with it the pestilential gifts of Nurgle, diseases that spread through Imperial lines despite gas masks and protective equipment, afflictions that resist conventional treatment and kill slowly while maximizing suffering. The ground itself seems to rot where they pass, earth turning black and oily, vegetation withering into slime. The area designated Grid Sector 77 becomes known among Imperial troops as the Green Hell, a kilometer-square section of front line where Death Guard forces concentrate their strength. The sector's trenches run with liquids that defy identification, neither water nor blood, but something combining properties of both while adding elements that should not exist in nature. The air above the Green Hell carries visible miasma, greenish clouds that drift on currents that seem to move independent of wind direction. The 262nd Regiment receives orders to attack the Green Hell as part of a coordinated assault intended to eliminate the Chaos strongpoint. The regiment musters approximately 1,800 effectives for the attack, having received additional reinforcements to replace losses sustained during the previous day's fighting. The soldiers prepare with the same methodical precision that characterized earlier assaults, though even the Death Korps' legendary discipline shows strain when contemplating assault against traitor Marines in their stronghold. Morton cleans his laser gun for the third time in as many hours, hands moving through the ritual with automatic precision while his mind circles around thoughts he cannot quite articulate. He has seen 2 of his squad mates die already during the offensive, watched Trooper Vex take auto-cannon rounds that opened his chest like overripe fruit, seen Trooper Callus fall to a Plague Marine's bolt gun, body exploding from the mass reactive round's detonation. Death itself does not frighten him, 17 years of conditioning having stripped away most natural fear responses. But the manner of death presented by Chaos forces troubles him in ways his training did not prepare him to process. When the Emperor's enemies kill Death Korps soldiers, those soldiers die in service to humanity's survival, their sacrifice possessing meaning within the Imperium's grand narrative. When Chaos kills, it corrupts even that meaning, transforming death into something twisted and profane, stealing the dignity that makes sacrifice noble. Morton cannot articulate this thought fully, lacks the philosophical framework to express such concepts, but he feels it as a cold certainty in his chest, a knowledge that fighting Chaos represents existential threat beyond mere physical extinction. The assault on the Green Hell begins with chemical weapons, the Inquisitorial Command having authorized their use against Chaos positions, with a reluctance born of understanding that desperate situations demand desperate measures. Artillery shells loaded with nerve agents and toxins rain down on the sector, attempting to kill or disable defenders through means that conventional explosives could not. The bombardment continues for 6 hours, longer than typical preparation fires, with observers watching for signs of reduced defensive activity. The chemical weapons proved largely ineffective against Death Guard Plague Marines, whose transhuman physiology and Nurgle's blessings render them immune to poisons that would kill normal humans within heartbeats. If anything, The use of chemical weapons seems to invigorate the Chaos Marines, as if toxicity feeds rather than harms them. The infantry assault that follows the bombardment walks into defensive fire that appears undiminished by the massive chemical attack, discovering that desperate measures accomplish nothing except further contaminating ground that must still be taken by blood and bodies. The fighting in the Green Hell exceeds in horror anything yet encountered during the campaign. The Death Korps soldiers advance through trenches slick with nameless fluids, wade through standing water that burns exposed skin, breathe air that penetrates even military-grade gas masks, with smells that trigger gagging reflexes and nausea. Plague Marines kill with leisurely efficiency, bolt rounds detonating Death Korps soldiers into component pieces, plague-touched chainsword spreading contamination with every wound inflicted. The 262nd Regiment commits its entire strength to the assault, pushing company after company into the Green Hell, accepting losses that would break normal units, grinding forward through sheer refusal to retreat. They fight for 8 hours, gaining 300 meters at cost of 1,200 casualties, pushing deeper into the contaminated zone while suffering wounds that refuse to heal properly, infections that resist medical treatment, exposure to diseases that kill slowly while transforming the dying into something that resembles Nurgle's plague bearers more than human beings. By nightfall, Colonel Jurten orders withdrawal, the first time in his career that he has ordered retreat before achieving objectives. The regiment pulls back from the Green Hell, carrying its wounded and leaving its dead, evacuating positions that cost so dearly to take because holding them against inevitable chaos, counterattack, would cost even more. The withdrawal proceeds in good order, companies disengaging by turn, while fresh units provide covering fire, artillery suppressing pursuit. The entire regiment extracting itself from the nightmare with professional competence. The 262nd Regiment, which began the campaign with 4,800 soldiers and received 3,000 replacements during the intervening months, now musters approximately 600 effective combatants, 87% casualties. The unit is withdrawn from combat operations, sent to rear areas for reconstitution and reinforcement. It will require 2 months of rest and 6,000 replacement soldiers before returning to operational status, assuming sufficient replacements remain available given losses sustained across the entire siege army. Lord General Zelke reviews casualty reports from the spring offensive with growing concern that he attempts to suppress behind military bearing. The offensive achieved minimal territorial gains at cost of 60,000 casualties, 15% of the siege army's effective strength lost in 8 days of operations. The presence of Chaos Space Marines fundamentally alters the strategic calculus, introducing variables that the Administratum's projections did not account for, creating force multiplication that allows relatively small numbers of traitor Marines to stabilize entire sectors of the defensive belt. The General convenes his staff to discuss revised operational approaches. Several alternatives are presented and debated. Some officers advocate for increased artillery support, arguing that sustained bombardment can suppress even Chaos Marines sufficiently to permit infantry advance. Others suggest requesting Space Marine intervention, deploying the Emperor's Angels against the traitor legions, force meeting counterforce at transhuman level. Still others recommend consolidating gains, establishing secure positions, and preparing for sustained operations. rather than continued offensive action. Zuelke makes his decision based on factors that transcend purely military considerations. To request Space Marine support is to admit that the Imperial Guard cannot complete its assigned mission, an admission that will reflect poorly on his command and potentially damage his career. To consolidate rather than continue offensive operations is to extend the campaign's duration, increasing overall casualty projections and resource consumption. To withdraw from Vraks Prime entirely is unthinkable, representing failure on scale that would likely result in his execution and possible disgrace for his entire family line. Therefore, the offensive will continue, adjusted for the presence of Chaos forces, but maintaining its fundamental approach of applying overwhelming force until resistance collapses. Additional regiments will be requested from Departamento Munitorum stockpiles. Artillery assets will be increased. Operational timelines will be extended from 12 to 14 years. Acceptable cost increases given the unexpected complication of traitor marine intervention. The siege army will press forward because retreat is not among the options that Imperial command structures permit their generals to consider. In the medical tents behind the lines, Death Korps medici teams treat casualties from the green hell with growing horror that they struggle to suppress behind professional detachment. The wounds brought back from that cursed ground refuse to heal, infections spreading despite antibiotics and surgical intervention, flesh rotting on living bodies with rapidity that defies medical understanding. Soldiers who walked out of the green hell under their own power collapse days later as diseases incubate in their systems, transforming healthy men into shambling collections of symptoms that medical texts cannot adequately describe. Some of these casualties receive mercy from bolt rounds to the brain, killed by commissars or their own officers when corruption becomes too pronounced, when the risk of contagion spreading through larger populations exceeds the value of attempting to save them. Others linger for weeks, bodies fighting losing battles against afflictions that conventional medicine cannot address, dying by degrees while medical personnel document symptoms for reports that will likely never be read by anyone with authority to act on the information. Morton survives the green hell physically intact, but carrying wounds that do not show on medical examinations. He witnessed things in those trenches that his conditioning struggles to process, scenes that violate the fundamental assumptions on which his understanding of reality is built. He saw a plague marine tear a fellow soldier literally in half with its bare hands, ceramite gauntlets caked with rust and corrosion, nonetheless strong enough to rip a human body apart at the waist. He saw flesh writhe with independent motion, saw wounds that bled liquids too thick and dark to be blood, saw a Death Korps sergeant continue fighting for 30 seconds after a chainsword removed his head, the body moving with mechanical precision before collapsing. These images populate his dreams during the rare hours when exhaustion permits sleep. He wakes gasping behind his gas mask, pulse racing, body covered in cold sweat, mind trying unsuccessfully to forget what his eyes recorded. The other survivors of the green hell share similar afflictions, though none speak of them, because the Death Korps does not discuss fear or trauma or psychological damage. Such things are weaknesses to be suppressed, irrelevant distractions from duty. But suppression does not eliminate the memories. It merely drives them deeper, where they fester like the plagues they witnessed, eating away at foundations of belief and certainty. The spring offensive concludes with territorial gains measured in hundreds of meters and casualty lists measured in tens of thousands. The siege army maintains its positions and prepares for sustained operations, accepting that the campaign will not conclude quickly, that the road to the citadel will be paved with far more bodies than anyone projected. Reinforcement convoys arrive from Krieg with increasing frequency, unloading fresh soldiers to replace those consumed by the meat grinder, maintaining the army's strength through constant transfusion of new blood. And in the Green Hell, the Death Guard maintain their positions, waiting with patient malevolence for the next wave of Imperial soldiers who will try and fail to dislodge them, confident that time favors those who have already surrendered to entropy, secure in the knowledge that every death feeds their patron god, every corpse represents victory regardless of which side claims the ground when fighting ends. The mathematics of attrition continue, but the Death Guard learned millennia ago that some wars cannot be won through mathematics, that some conflicts transcend mere numbers, and that despair represents a more powerful weapon than any gun or blade. The summer of 815. 41 arrives with temperatures that transform Vraks Prime's trenches into ovens of mud and misery. The permafrost that defined winter gives way to ground that sucks at boots with hungry persistence. Trenches filling with standing water that breeds disease and vermin. The heat makes wearing gas masks nearly unbearable. Condensation building inside lenses until visibility approaches zero. But removing the masks, even briefly, risks exposure to the contamination that now permeates large sections of the battlefield. The Death Korps endures because endurance is what they do. But even iron cannot prevent the slow degradation that heat and disease inflict on human bodies. Colonel Jurten returned to command after the 262nd Regiment completed its reconstitution, reviews the operational situation with growing awareness that the campaign has fundamentally changed. The spring offensive's failure to achieve breakthrough despite massive casualties has forced High Command to acknowledge what many junior officers already understood. Conventional assault tactics cannot defeat positions defended by Chaos Space Marines. The Death Guard have transformed sections of Vraks Prime's defensive belt into strong points that resist reduction through artillery and infantry assault, creating anchors around which rebel defensive strategy now revolves. The solution proposed by Marshal Kagori, recently assigned to overall command of siege operations following Lord General Zelka's quiet removal for reasons never officially stated but understood by anyone reviewing casualty statistics, involves abandoning surface warfare where chaos forces hold overwhelming advantage. Instead, the Imperial forces will go beneath, employing the Death Korps' extensive training in tunnel warfare to bypass surface fortifications and attack from unexpected directions. The strategy draws on lessons learned during Krieg's Civil War, where underground fighting became more common than surface engagements. Entire campaigns decided in tunnels and bunker complexes rather than open battlefields. The 19th Engineering Regiment arrives from Krieg, carrying specialized equipment for subterranean warfare, mechanical borers capable of excavating tunnels through solid rock, explosive charges for creating chambers large enough to accommodate infantry formations, ventilation systems designed to pump breathable air through kilometers of underground passages. These engineers are specialists who spent their entire careers preparing for exactly this type of operation. Veterans of mining operations on Krieg, where work gangs excavate new living spaces from radioactive bedrock, extending the hive cities ever deeper to accommodate populations that can no longer survive on the poisoned surface. The mining operations begin in sectors where Imperial forces have established secure surface positions, excavation sites protected by infantry companies detailed to perimeter security. The borers work continuously, crews operating in shifts to maintain 24-hour progress, the machine's teeth grinding through Vraks Prime's geology with mechanical patience. The work proceeds slowly by surface warfare standards, tunnels advancing at rates measured in meters per day rather than kilometers per hour. But each meter represents progress that bypasses Chaos Marine strongpoints and potentially opens new avenues of attack. Private Morton, reassigned to 2nd Company following the regiment's reconstitution with fresh personnel to replace Green Hell casualties, finds himself detailed to tunnel security duty as the 262nd participates in the new phase of operations. The assignment takes him underground for the first time since leaving Krieg, descending through vertical shafts into passages lit by portable lumen strips that cast everything in a harsh white light. The tunnel walls glisten with moisture, showing the marks where boring equipment carved through stone, surfaces rough and irregular despite the machine's precision. The underground war develops its own particular character, distinct from the trench fighting that defined surface operations. In the tunnels, combat occurs at close range in confined spaces, where artillery support proves impossible and maneuver options approach zero. Firefights erupt suddenly when opposing tunneling operations intersect, both sides attempting to expand their subterranean networks while denying the enemy similar opportunities. These encounters resemble knife fights in darkened rooms, soldiers firing blindly around corners, lobbing grenades into passages, and hoping they land among enemies rather than friends. The Chaos Forces respond to Imperial tunneling with their own digging operations, creating a three-dimensional battlefield that extends hundreds of meters beneath Vraks Prime's surface. The Death Guard Plague Marines adapt to underground warfare with the same patient malevolence they bring to surface combat. Their enhanced senses allowing them to navigate darkness where normal humans stumble blind. Their presence in the tunnels introduces new horrors, confined spaces trapping toxic vapors that their corrupted bodies emit constantly, concentrations of miasma that kill unprotected humans within seconds and sicken even Death Korps soldiers wearing sealed gas masks. Morton's first encounter with Chaos Forces in the tunnels occurs 3 weeks into his underground assignment. His squad is advancing through a recently completed passage, weapons ready, moving with the cautious precision that tunnel warfare demands. The passage intersects with another tunnel at a perpendicular angle, creating a four-way junction where sightlines extend perhaps 20 meters before curving away into darkness. Standard procedure calls for establishing defensive positions at such intersections, posting sentries while engineers determine which direction to expand the network next. The Plague Marine emerges from the left-hand passage without warning, its massive form filling the tunnel from floor to ceiling, power armor scraping against rock walls as it advances. The squad's point man dies instantly, chest exploding from a bolter round fired at 5 meters range. The second soldier falls before he can raise his lasgun, crushed against the tunnel wall by the Plague Marine's mass as it simply walks through defensive positions. Morton fires his weapon into the advancing figure, lasgun beams splashing against corrupted ceramite with minimal effect, and realizes with absolute clarity that he is about to die. Corporal Henrik saves the squad by triggering demolition charges placed during the tunnel's excavation, collapsing 20 meters of passage behind the advancing Plague Marine and cutting it off from any supporting forces. The explosion fills the junction with rock dust and debris, blocking both passages and trapping the Chaos Marine with the Imperial squad. What follows is 90 seconds of brutal close combat, 8 Death Korps soldiers engaging a single traitor Marine in confined space with bayonets, entrenching tools, and desperate courage born of having no alternatives. The Plague Marine kills 3 more soldiers before Henrik manages to plant a crack grenade against a damaged section of its armor, the detonation finally breaching ceramite and destroying whatever ancient systems allowed the corrupted thing to continue functioning. The squad extracts itself from the collapsed junction carrying 2 wounded and 4 dead, moving through secondary passages while enemy forces attempt to dig through the obstruction to reach them. Morton walks in mechanical precision, hands shaking despite his best efforts at control, mind replaying those 90 seconds of terror and violence. He watched Trooper Kellen die fighting a Plague Marine in darkness, saw the man's skull crushed by a single blow from a ceramide gauntlet. He smelled the corruption that leaked from the traitor Marine's armor, thick and cloying even through his gas mask's filters. He learned what it means to fight something that should not exist, that violates the fundamental assumptions on which rational understanding of reality is built. The underground war continues through summer and into autumn, a grinding campaign of tunnel against counter-tunnel, both sides attempting to expand their networks while collapsing enemy passages. The Death Korps accepts losses that would be considered catastrophic in conventional warfare. Soldiers dying in collapsed tunnels, or suffocating when ventilation systems fail, or simply disappearing when they take wrong turns in the labyrinthine passages. Bodies cannot always be recovered from deep underground, requiring the living to abandon the dead in passages that become impromptu tombs sealed by subsequent cave-ins or enemy mining operations. Colonel Jurten coordinates the regiment's underground operations from a command bunker established 300 meters beneath the surface, a chamber carved from solid rock and lined with reinforced rockcrete to prevent collapse. Banks of Vox equipment maintain contact with forward elements, their operators relaying reports in clipped military jargon that reduces horror and suffering to operational updates. Tunnel 7 Alpha has encountered enemy resistance, 4 casualties, advancement halted pending engineering support. Tunnel 12 Gamma has broken through to subsurface bunker complex, enemy forces engaging, reinforcements required. The reports arrive constantly, creating a picture of combat that occurs on multiple levels simultaneously, some passages kilometers apart laterally, but occupying the same vertical column, the entire battlefield becoming a 3-dimensional maze where conventional maps prove nearly useless for navigation. Jurten attempts to maintain overall situational awareness using specialized hololithic displays that show the tunnel networks in wireframe projection, but the displays update too slowly to reflect real-time changes, and enemy tunnels remain invisible until Imperial forces stumble into them. The most significant development occurs in early autumn, when 3rd Company's engineers break through into what appears to be a natural cave system extending beneath the rebel defensive belt. The caves represent opportunity for rapid expansion of the Imperial tunnel network, passages already excavated by geological processes, requiring only limited engineering work to make them suitable for military traffic. The company commander reports the discovery with appropriate excitement, requesting permission to explore the cave system and assess its potential for supporting offensive operations. Permission is granted, and Third Company pushes deeper into the caves, squads advancing through passages that show no evidence of artificial excavation, formations created by water and time, rather than human or Xenos effort. The caves extend farther than initial exploration suggested, some chambers large enough to accommodate entire companies, passages connecting in complex patterns that resist mapping attempts. The company establishes a forward base in one of the larger chambers, setting up lighting and ventilation systems, positioning defensive works to guard the passages leading back to Imperial controlled territory. The chaos response arrives 3 days later with sudden ferocity. Thousands of plague zombies pour into the cave system from passages that Imperial scouts had not yet explored. Shambling horrors that were once human, but have been transformed by Nurgle's corruption into barely animate collections of disease and decay. The zombies attack in waves that seem endless, absorbing lasgun fire that would drop normal humans, continuing to advance despite wounds that should be instantly fatal. Behind them come more organized forces, traitor guardsmen and chaos cultists who maintain enough coherence to employ tactics, while the zombie waves absorb Imperial fire. Third Company fights a desperate retreat through the cave system, conducting a running battle against enemies that pursue with relentless determination. The company suffers 50% casualties in the first 6 hours, loses another 20% during the fighting withdrawal, and finally collapses the main access tunnel to prevent pursuit, sealing itself off from Imperial-controlled territory while simultaneously trapping approximately 80 survivors deep in the cave system with limited supplies and no clear escape route. The rescue operation becomes a priority for the entire 88th Siege Army. Marshal Kagori commits significant resources to reopening access to the cave system and extracting Third Company survivors, recognizing that abandoning the trapped soldiers would devastate morale across the entire force. Mining teams work to clear the collapsed tunnel, while combat engineers begin excavating alternative routes, attempting to reach the trapped company before their supplies run out, or chaos forces locate and eliminate them. Morton's squad receives orders to participate in the rescue operation, detailed to security duty for one of the excavation teams attempting to breach the cave system from a different angle. The work proceeds with agonizing slowness, borers grinding through rock at steady pace while everyone involved knows that each hour of delay increases the likelihood that Third Company survivors will not be found alive. Intelligence suggests the cave system extends for many kilometers, providing countless places where the company might have established defensive positions, assuming they survived the initial chaos assault long enough to organize resistance. The excavation breaks through into the cave system after 9 days of continuous work, the borer's teeth suddenly encountering empty space rather than solid rock. The breach occurs in a side passage rather than one of the main chambers, a tunnel perhaps 3 meters in diameter, curving away into darkness that portable lumen strips cannot fully penetrate. The rescue force, 2 companies of Death Korps infantry, supported by engineering teams and medical personnel, advances into the caves with weapons ready and expectations low. They find Third Company's survivors 6 hours later, barricaded in a defensible chamber with only 43 soldiers remaining from the original complement of nearly 400. The survivors have held their position through desperation and discipline, rationing ammunition and food while repelling multiple chaos assaults. Many show signs of plague infection, wounds that refuse to heal despite basic medical attention, but they remain combat effective enough to have maintained defensive integrity against overwhelming odds. The rescue force evacuates them through the newly excavated tunnel, collapsing access behind them to prevent chaos forces from using the passage to attack Imperial-controlled territory. The Third Company survivors receive medical treatment and are declared unfit for further combat operations. The plague infections prove resistant to treatment, requiring their quarantine to prevent contamination spreading through larger formations. Most will die within weeks as the diseases run their courses, bodies finally succumbing to afflictions that they fought through sheer will during the ordeal in the caves. A handful survive with permanent disabilities, transferred to rear echelon duties, or sent back to Krieg for whatever life might await soldiers too broken for continued service. The incident in the caves effectively ends Marshal Kagori's underground warfare initiative. The cave system that promised rapid expansion of Imperial tunneling efforts instead demonstrated that Chaos forces maintain their own subterranean networks, potentially more extensive than anything Imperial engineers have excavated. The risk of breakthrough into enemy-controlled passages, with the possibility of entire companies being overrun before they can establish defensive positions, outweighs the potential benefits of underground operations. The tunnel warfare continues on reduced scale, primarily defensive efforts to prevent Chaos from using their own tunnels to attack Imperial positions. But the hope that underground warfare might break the surface stalemate dies with Third Company in those dark passages beneath Vraks Prime. Morton returns to surface operations with relief that surprises him, discovering that even the horror of trench warfare under artillery bombardment seems preferable to combat in tunnels where darkness conceals enemies until they are close enough to touch. The experiences underground add to the accumulated weight of trauma that he carries despite his conditioning. Another layer of horror stacked atop memories from the green hell and the countless smaller engagements that fill the spaces between major operations. He continues performing his duties with mechanical precision, because duty is all he knows, but something fundamental has broken in the certainty that sustained him through earlier campaigns. The 262nd Regiment returns to the surface trenches as autumn transitions to winter, taking positions in a sector that saw heavy fighting during spring operations, but has remained relatively stable through summer. The trench lines show evidence of continuous occupation, dugouts expanded into semi-permanent living quarters, defensive works reinforced with salvage materials, and the accumulated detritus of war. This section of front has been held by Imperial forces long enough that soldiers have established routines, developed small comforts, created the illusion of normalcy that humans require to maintain sanity in abnormal situations. Colonel Jurten reviews casualty statistics with mechanical detachment that has become his default response to numbers that should shock but no longer do. The regiment sustained 48% losses during the summer's underground operations, requiring another massive infusion of replacement personnel to maintain operational strength. These reinforcements arrive with increasing frequency, suggesting that Krieg's Vitae wombs are operating at maximum capacity to replace losses sustained not just on Vraks Prime, but across the numerous battlefronts where Death Korps regiments serve. The human cost of this campaign begins to affect even Krieg's ability to sustain forces, though official reports never acknowledge such concerns. The second winter of the Siege of Vraks arrives with the same vindictive suddenness as the first, temperatures plummeting and bringing with them the familiar misery of frozen mud, inadequate heating, and living conditions that reduce human existence to endurance of discomfort, punctuated by moments of terror. The war settles into patterns of attrition that benefit neither side particularly, both forces sustaining losses, while territorial control remains essentially static. The mathematics that initially promised Imperial victory within 12 years have broken down completely, replaced by acknowledgement that this campaign will continue until one side literally runs out of soldiers willing to die for their cause. And in the darkness beneath Vraks Prime, the abandoned tunnels fill with things that should not exist, the cave systems becoming sanctuaries for chaos forces that thrive in places where light and order cannot reach. The underground war may have ended from the Imperial perspective, but the passages remain, waiting for whatever horrors might emerge when chaos decides that the time has come to use them. The spring of 816, 41, brings with it a shift in Imperial strategy, born of desperation disguised as tactical innovation. Marshal Kagori, reviewing 2 years of operational data that shows minimal territorial gains purchased at catastrophic cost, proposes deploying the Death Korps cavalry regiments to exploit weaknesses in the rebel defensive perimeter. The Death Riders, mounted on horses bred specifically for Krieg's hostile environment, possess mobility that infantry formations lack, capable of rapid advances through terrain where vehicles cannot operate effectively, and of pursuing routed enemies with relentless determination. The proposal generates debate among the siege army's staff officers. Cavalry operations represent doctrine from an earlier age, tactics that modern warfare rendered obsolete through the development of armored vehicles and aircraft. Some officers argue that deploying mounted troops against fortified positions defended by automatic weapons and artillery represents suicidal waste of valuable assets. Others counter that the Death Riders have proven their effectiveness on numerous campaigns, that their psychological impact on defending forces can shatter morale and create opportunities for exploitation by supporting arms, that desperation demands exploring alternatives to tactics that have demonstrably failed. Marshal Kagori makes the decision to deploy the Death Riders in offensive operations targeting the southern approaches to the citadel, a sector where intelligence suggests the rebel defenses remain thinner than in areas where Chaos Marine presence provides backbone to defensive positions. 3 regiments of Death Riders, approximately 12,000 mounted troops, assemble in rear areas and prepare for operations that will either vindicate the Marshal's judgment or demonstrate conclusively that cavalry warfare has no place on modern battlefields. The Death Riders represent a unique expression of Krieg's martial culture, soldiers who form bonds with their mounts that transcend the utilitarian relationships characterizing most aspects of Death Korps service. Each rider trains with his assigned horse from the animal's youth, the two becoming a single tactical unit through years of shared hardship and mutual dependence. The horses themselves are products of selective breeding programs that produced animals capable of surviving Krieg's toxic atmosphere, creatures that wear gas masks similar to their riders, their respiratory systems adapted through genetic manipulation to filter contaminants that would kill ordinary equines. Colonel Jurten observes the Death Riders' preparations with professional interest tinged with skepticism. He has served in infantry regiments his entire career, tactics he understands through decades of experience. The relationship between artillery support and infantry advance as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. Cavalry operations represent different doctrine, mobility, and shock action, replacing the methodical advance and consolidation that characterize siege warfare. The horses themselves appear almost alien, their gas-masked faces and adapted physiology creating silhouettes that seem to belong to Xenos creatures rather than Terran fauna. The offensive begins before dawn on the 34th day of spring, with artillery preparation targeting rebel positions in sectors designated for cavalry assault. The bombardment continues for 12 hours, shorter than typical preparation fires, but intense enough to suppress defensive capabilities and create confusion among defending forces. The Death Riders move to their assembly areas under cover of darkness, 3 regiments deploying across a 15-kilometer front, waiting for the signal that will launch them forward in the largest cavalry charge conducted by Imperial forces in living memory. At 0600 hours, the artillery lifts, shifting fire to interdiction zones behind rebel front lines to prevent reinforcement of initial defensive positions. The signal goes out across multiple Vox channels simultaneously, and 12,000 Death Riders surge forward, their mounts transitioning from standstill to gallop with explosive acceleration. The sound of their advance carries across the battlefield, hoofbeats thundering against earth, creating a percussion that momentarily drowns out even the artillery's rumble. Morton, watching from infantry positions that will exploit any breakthrough the cavalry achieves, observes the charge through magnoculars with something approaching awe despite his conditioning. The Death Riders advance in waves, squadrons maintaining formation despite uneven terrain, lances leveled, sabers drawn, creating an image that seems transported from ancient history, yet utterly appropriate to Krieg's particular brand of warfare. The rebels open fire at 800 meters, heavy weapons positions that survived artillery bombardment, engaging the leading elements with desperate intensity. Horses fall, riders tumbling across ground at speeds that ensure fatal impact. But the charge maintains momentum through sheer mass of numbers and absolute refusal to acknowledge losses. The Death Riders cross the killing ground faster than infantry could, reaching rebel positions before defenders can reload and pour into the trenches in waves of steel and fury. They wield their weapons with practiced skill, lances driving through rebels with momentum that lifts bodies from the ground, sabers cutting with precision that suggests sword training consumed years of their lives. The initial assault succeeds beyond anyone's expectations. 3 regiments of cavalry breaking through rebel defenses and penetrating 6 kilometers into enemy-held territory before encountering resistance organized enough to halt their advance. The Death Riders rampage through rear areas that expected no contact with Imperial forces, overrunning supply dumps, communication centers, artillery positions caught with their guns pointed in wrong directions. They kill thousands of rebels in the first 6 hours of operations, shattering defensive cohesion across the entire southern sector. The infantry exploitation force, including the 262nd Regiment, advances in the cavalry's wake, occupying positions abandoned by defending forces, establishing strong points to hold territorial gains, and preparing defensive works against inevitable counterattacks. The advance proceeds at pace unprecedented during the campaign, soldiers moving forward at nearly walking speed rather than crawling under fire, encountering only scattered resistance from rebels too disorganized to mount effective defense. By nightfall, Imperial forces have advanced 8 kilometers, more than they gained in the previous 6 months of operations. The success of the Death Riders' charge creates brief optimism among Imperial command staff, suggesting that perhaps conventional tactics executed with sufficient audacity can achieve breakthrough despite Chaos Marine presence in other sectors. Marshal Kagori issues orders expanding the offensive, committing additional forces to exploit the penetration, attempting to transform tactical success into operational victory. Fresh regiments move forward through the breach. Supplies flow toward the advancing units, and for 3 days it appears that the stalemate has finally broken. The chaos response arrives on the 4th day with calculated brutality. Traitor marine forces, primarily elements of the World Eaters and Berserkers of Thrax, counterattack the Imperial penetration from multiple directions simultaneously. These are not the patient plague marines that anchored defensive positions in other sectors, but rather berserker warriors dedicated to Khorne, blood-mad killers who view battle not as duty, but as religious ecstasy, who measure success not in territory held, but in skulls claimed for their savage god. The Death Riders, reorganizing after their initial success and preparing for continued offensive operations, find themselves defending against enemy who attacks with inhuman ferocity and transhuman capability. The Berserkers charge into Death Rider positions with chain axes screaming, cutting through horses and riders with equal lack of discrimination, transforming organized cavalry units into panicked masses of dying men and animals. The Death Riders attempt to conduct fighting withdrawal, extracting themselves from the Berserker assault while maintaining unit cohesion. But mounted troops cannot retreat faster than Chaos Marines can pursue, and the withdrawal devolves into massacre. 2 of the 3 cavalry regiments are effectively destroyed in the Chaos counterattack. 12,000 Death Riders reduced to approximately 3,000 survivors over 2 days of running battles. The Berserkers pursue the fleeing cavalry with relentless hunger, killing without mercy or hesitation, accumulating skulls with methodical efficiency, transforming what began as cavalry breakthrough into demonstration of why transhuman warriors cannot be defeated by normal humans, regardless of tactical innovation or audacious execution. The infantry forces that exploited the cavalry's success find themselves exposed, deep in enemy territory with their flanks exposed by the destruction of the Death Riders. The 262nd Regiment receives orders to retreat to original positions, abandoning territorial gains that cost so dearly to achieve, conducting fighting, withdrawal under pressure from pursuing Chaos forces. The regiment suffers 38% casualties during the retreat, losing men who will appear in official records as killed, accomplishing nothing except preserving a remnant that will require months of rebuilding before returning to operational status. Colonel Jurten conducts the withdrawal with professional competence that cannot entirely mask the bitterness he feels towards staff officers whose optimism generated orders that exposed line units to annihilation. The regiment retreats in good order, companies leapfrogging defensive positions, while fresh units provide covering fire, extracting itself from the penetration, while Chaos forces harry its movements. The withdrawal takes 4 days to cover 8 kilometers, gain in 4 hours of cavalry advance, demonstrating with mathematical precision that retreating proves harder than advancing when the enemy possesses motivation to prevent disengagement. The regiment returns to its original positions, having gained nothing except casualties and demonstration that tactical innovation provides no solution to fundamental strategic problems. The Death Rider's sacrifice achieves temporary breakthrough that the infantry cannot exploit against chaos counterattack, proving that mobility and shock action offer no advantage when the enemy possesses superhuman capability to pursue and destroy. The spring offensive of 816 M41 ends in failure that mirrors previous offensives, casualties mounting while territorial control remains essentially unchanged. Morton survives the retreat with physical injuries that medikit teams classify as minor, shrapnel wounds from artillery bombardment during the withdrawal, lacerations from debris when a shell collapsed the dugout where his squad had taken shelter, burns from a fuel fire that consumed a supply dump. These wounds heal within weeks, leaving scars that add to the collection he has accumulated during 3 years of continuous combat. The psychological wounds prove less amenable to treatment, adding to memories that populate his dreams with increasing frequency despite conditioning designed to suppress such symptoms. He remembers watching Death Riders die, horses and humans tumbling together in tangled masses, berserker chaos marines wading through the carnage with chain axes dripping blood and worse things. He remembers the sound of screaming horses, their mechanical breathing systems failing, riders attempting to mercy kill mounts they had trained with for years before chaos forces overran their positions. He remembers the taste of defeat, bitter and metallic, overwhelming the usual flavor of filtered air behind his gas mask. The summer of 816. M41 passes in grinding attrition that generates casualties without producing victory. The siege army maintains pressure on rebel positions through routine artillery bombardment and limited infantry assaults, accepting losses that fall within projected parameters while acknowledging that breakthrough remains unattainable without resources that the Administratum proves reluctant to commit. The campaign that was supposed to conclude in 12 years has now consumed 4 years while achieving minimal progress toward its stated objectives. Reinforcement convoys arrive from Krieg with increasing frequency, their holds packed with fresh soldiers drawn from vitae wombs that operate continuously to replace losses sustained across dozens of battlefronts. These replacement soldiers arrive younger than previous drafts, boys who should have received additional training before deployment, but who are needed immediately to maintain regimental strength. They die with the same efficiency as their better-trained predecessors, learning battlefield lessons in moments before those lessons become irrelevant through their deaths. Colonel Jurten observes these young replacements with something approaching concern, an emotion he thought his conditioning had eliminated decades ago. They possess adequate technical skills, handle weapons with competence born of drilling if not experience, follow orders with appropriate promptness. But they lack the hardness that separates soldiers who survive from those who merely endure until death claims them. They form attachments to squad mates, write letters to families expressing sentiments that should have been suppressed during training, ask questions about campaign objectives that veteran Death Korps soldiers know better than to voice. He recognizes in these behaviors the symptoms of inadequate conditioning, training programs shortened to meet demand rather than completed properly. The realization troubles him because it suggests systemic problems in Krieg's ability to maintain the Death Korps at necessary strength levels. If the vitae wombs cannot produce properly conditioned soldiers, in sufficient numbers to replace current losses, then eventually the Death Korps will degrade from elite force into collection of inadequately trained conscripts who happen to wear the same uniforms. That degradation has not yet occurred, but he sees its potential in the eyes of replacements who still possess emotions that combat will eventually burn away, or that death will render irrelevant. The autumn of 816, 41, brings with it rumors that penetrate even the Death Korps' information isolation. Word spreads through informal channels that the Administratum is reconsidering its commitment to the Vraks campaign, that analysts are questioning whether the resources consumed in 4 years of siege warfare justify the strategic value of an armory world that will require decades of reconstruction before returning to productive capacity. Some officers suggest the campaign might be terminated, Imperial forces withdrawn to more critical battlefronts, Vraks Prime abandoned to chaos, with a recommendation for exterminators at some future date when resources permit. These rumors never receive official confirmation or denial, existing in the ambiguous space where soldiers discuss possibilities that command structures prefer to leave unexamined. The deployment of additional forces to Vraks Prime contradicts withdrawal speculation, fresh regiments arriving to replace units too depleted for continued operations, but the nature of those fresh regiments suggests desperation rather than commitment. They are not Death Korps, but rather line regiments drawn from ordinary worlds, soldiers who lack specialized siege training, whose conditioning emphasizes obedience rather than the suicidal determination that characterizes Krieg-born troops. The integration of non-Death Korps units into the siege army creates friction as different regimental cultures collide. The ordinary guardsmen view their Death Korps counterparts with mixture of respect and horror, admiring their discipline while finding their lack of normal human emotion disturbing. The Death Korps regard the ordinary guardsman with something approaching contempt, recognizing that soldiers who value their own lives will break under pressure. The Death Korps units endure without complaint. These cultural differences generate operational inefficiencies as units struggle to coordinate tactics that assume different tolerance for casualties. Marshal Kagori addresses these issues through reorganization of the siege army structure, creating combined arms formations that integrate Death Korps siege expertise with ordinary regiments' greater numbers. The 262nd Regiment finds itself attached to a larger battle group that includes 3 line regiments from Cadia, 2 from Armageddon, and supporting elements from a dozen other worlds. The combined force operates with less precision than a purely Death Korps formation, but possesses flexibility that siege specialists sometimes lack. The ordinary guardsman providing maneuver capability that complements the Death Korps' ability to sustain losses while maintaining offensive pressure. The 4th winter of the Siege of Vraks arrives on schedule, bringing familiar misery that has become the campaign's defining characteristic. In the trenches, soldiers from dozens of worlds huddle in dugouts and share rations while avoiding discussion of how long this campaign might continue. The optimism that characterized initial deployment has long since evaporated, replaced by grim determination to survive each day while recognizing that survival simply extends the duration of suffering. The Death Korps continues performing its assigned duties with mechanical precision, because duty is eternal even when hope is not. But even among Krieg's emotionally conditioned soldiers, questions begin forming about whether this war possesses any meaning beyond the suffering it generates. The spring offensive of 817 M41 represents the Administratum's response to 4 years of operational stalemate, an application of overwhelming force intended to shatter rebel defenses through deployment of resources previously withheld for reasons of cost and strategic priority. The arrival of Legio Astorum, the Warp Runners, transforms the battlefield's fundamental character, god machines of the Titan legions striding through artillery barrages that would annihilate ordinary forces, their void shields shrugging off defensive fire while their weapons reshape terrain with shots that rival orbital bombardment. Morton witnesses his first Titan from a forward observation position, watching through magnoculars as a Reaver-class war machine advances across no man's land toward rebel fortifications. The Titan stands 25 meters tall, a walking cathedral of weapons and armor, its every movement generating thunder that shakes the ground. Princeps and Moderati pilot the machine from within its armored head, minds linked to the Titan's machine spirit through neural interfaces that blur the distinction between human and mechanical consciousness. The weapons mounted to its carapace speak with voices that reduce fortifications to rubble, laser blastmasters carving through rockcrete as if it were paper. The rebel defensive network that resisted 4 years of Imperial assault begins collapsing under Titan bombardment. Fortifications designed to withstand artillery strikes cannot survive volcano cannon hits that generate temperatures rivaling stellar cores. Trenches that channeled infantry assaults into killing grounds become irrelevant when god machines simply stride over them, crushing defensive works beneath feet that leave craters meters deep. The mathematics of siege warfare shift fundamentally when attackers possess weapons that can destroy bunkers from ranges where defenders cannot effectively retaliate. The 262nd Regiment advances in the Titan's wake, occupying positions that the god machines reduced to rubble, securing ground that minutes earlier represented formidable defensive positions. The advance proceeds at pace that seems miraculous. After years of grinding attrition, regiments gaining kilometers in hours rather than meters in weeks, the rebel forces retreat in disorder, abandoning positions that appeared impregnable to previous Imperial assaults, falling back to inner defensive lines that might provide protection against conventional attacks, but offer little hope against Titan-scale firepower. For 3 weeks, the offensive maintains momentum that suggests breakthrough might finally be achievable. Imperial forces advance across the Van Meersland wastes toward objectives that had seemed permanently beyond reach. Territorial gains measured in double-digit kilometers, casualty rates dropping to acceptable levels as the Titans absorb defensive fire that previously targeted infantry. Marshal Kagori issues cautiously optimistic reports, suggesting the campaign might conclude within 18 months if the Titan's effectiveness continues at current levels. The chaos response arrives with sudden ferocity. Forces that had remained hidden during previous Imperial offensives emerging to contest the Titan advance. Traitor Titan legions, corrupted god machines that once served the Emperor but now pledge allegiance to the dark gods, stride onto the battlefield from positions concealed by warp sorcery, or simply by the impossibility that anything so massive could remain hidden. Legio Volcanum I, the Burning Prophets, brings 8 corrupted Titans to match against Legio Astorum's 22 machines, and the battlefield transforms into arena where gods fight while mortals scramble for cover. The Titan duels begin at ranges measured in kilometers, god machines exchanging fire that illuminates the horizon with artificial suns, void shields collapsing under sustained barrage only to regenerate moments later. The sound of Titan combat exceeds human capacity to process, weapons discharges creating pressure waves that kill unprotected personnel through sheer overpressure. The crack of void shields failing registering has physical impacts that travel through earth and bone. Infantry caught between dueling titans discover new definitions of helplessness, their weapons irrelevant to combats occurring at scales where individual humans might as well be insects. Morton experiences Titan combat from trench positions 3 kilometers from the nearest duel, far enough to avoid immediate danger but close enough to witness the horror of machines that were never meant to exist, fighting with weapons that violate natural law. A Reaver-class Titan of Legio Astorum trades fire with a Chaos Warlord, the largest Titan classification, a Colossus 50 meters tall whose weapons can level city blocks with single shots. The void shields of both machines flare and collapse repeatedly, their generators screaming as they channel power, measured in megawatts through systems designed to protect against orbital bombardment. The Chaos Warlord dies first, its void shields finally overwhelmed by sustained fire from 3 loyalist Titans concentrating their weapons on a single target. The god machine staggers as last blasters punch through its armor, its reactor core destabilizing, and for a moment that stretches into eternity. The dying Titan seems to hang suspended between life and extinction. Then its reactor detonates, a sphere of plasma expanding outward at speeds that vaporize everything within 200 meters. The shockwave flattening trenches for a kilometer in every direction, mushroom cloud rising into the sky like a monument to the madness of war. The Death Korps soldiers in nearby positions die instantly, vaporized by heat or crushed by shockwave. Their bodies reduced to ash that settles across the battlefield as radioactive fallout. Morton's position, far enough from the detonation to survive but close enough to feel its effects, takes casualties from debris thrown by the blast. Ferrocrete chunks traveling at ballistic velocities, pieces of the Titan's carapace weighing tons and moving fast enough to pulverize anything they strike. His squad loses 3 soldiers to debris impacts, bodies literally torn apart by impacts that leave nothing recognizable as human. The Titan battles continue for 5 days, loyalist and traitor god machines fighting across the Van Meerslan wastes, while ground forces take cover and pray to the Emperor that they will not be caught in crossfire. Legio Astorum achieves victory through numbers and superior coordination, destroying all 8 Chaos Titans at cost of 12 of their own machines. The Pyrrhic victory leaves the loyalist Titan Legion with insufficient strength to continue supporting offensive operations, the surviving god machines requiring extensive repair before returning to battle-ready status. The spring offensive stalls with Legio Astorum's withdrawal from active operations, demonstrating that even Titan-scale firepower cannot achieve breakthrough when Chaos possesses resources to match Imperial deployments. The territorial gains achieved during 3 weeks of Titan-supported advance represent the campaign's most significant success, but consolidating and holding those gains requires resources that the siege army barely possesses. The regiments that advanced in the Titan's wake now find themselves defending positions deep in formerly enemy-held territory. Their supply lines stretch thin, their flanks exposed to counterattack from Chaos forces that maintain coherence despite losses sustained during the offensive. Colonel Jurten establishes the 262nd Regiment's defensive positions in what was, 3 weeks prior, a major rebel fortification complex. The regiment occupies trenches and bunkers designed by competent engineers, defensive works that show understanding of siege warfare principles comparable to anything Imperial forces construct. The defensive positions face inward rather than outward, requiring complete reorganization before they can resist attacks from directions their original designers never anticipated. But the basic infrastructure provides foundation for establishing secure positions. The regiment's strength continues to decline despite constant infusions of replacement personnel. The unit that deployed to Vraks Prime with 4,800 soldiers and received approximately 15,000 replacements over 5 years now musters 2,200 effectives. Simple arithmetic reveals the casualty toll. 4,800 plus 15,000 minus 2,200 equals 16,600 soldiers lost to combat, disease, and the myriad ways that war consumes human lives. The regiment's designation remains unchanged bureaucratic fiction, maintaining that the 262nd Regiment exists as continuous entity, despite the fact that every soldier who deployed initially has long since become casualty, and many of their replacements have followed. Jurten himself represents the sole surviving member of the regiment's original officer corps. Every other commander and staff officer killed or invalided during 5 years of continuous combat. He has been promoted to full colonel. Recognition of his longevity more than any particular brilliance, and now commands battle group consisting of his own regiment, plus several attached line regiments from ordinary Imperial Guard forces. The responsibility weighs on him with physical presence, knowledge that his decisions determine whether thousands of soldiers live or die, that mistakes compound across units and engagements into casualties measured in hundreds. He reviews operational reports with mechanical detachment that has become his default response to information that should provoke emotional reaction, but no longer does. The spring offensive achieved significant territorial gains, advanced Imperial forces 15 kilometers closer to the citadel, inflicted heavy casualties on rebel forces. The offensive also consumed Legio Astorum's combat effectiveness, cost 60,000 Imperial casualties, and generated logistical challenges that will require months to resolve before sustained operations can resume. Whether these costs justify the gains represents judgment that colonels do not make, strategic analysis reserved for marshal-ranked officers and Administratum analysts who view wars as equations rather than experiences. The summer of 817 M41 passes in defensive operations as both sides consolidate positions and prepare for renewed offensives. The Chaos Forces conduct probing attacks against Imperial positions, testing defensive strength, identifying weak points for exploitation during future operations. The Imperial forces fortify their new positions, establish supply lines through recently captured territory, and integrate fresh reinforcements into units depleted by spring fighting. The campaign settles into rhythm of attrition, punctuated by periodic surges of activity. Neither side capable of generating decisive action, but neither willing to concede defeat. Morton has become something of a veteran. 5 years of continuous combat, granting him survival skills and battlefield wisdom that new replacements lack. He moves through trench lines with economy of motion that suggests long familiarity with such environments, knows instinctively when incoming artillery will land close enough to require cover, can assess defensive positions with glance, and identify weak points that enemy assault will exploit. His squad mates defer to his judgment despite his lack of formal rank, recognizing that experience surpasses designation when survival hangs in balance. He writes letters to family he has never met, corresponding with people identified in personnel files as biological relatives but whom he cannot remember encountering. The vitae wombs that produced him processed thousands of gestating fetuses simultaneously. Batch 88-12 containing 374 viable children who survived to birth and subsequent training. His biological mother remains unknown. Genetic material harvested from Krieg's female population and combined with selected paternal sources, according to algorithms designed to optimize military capability. He possesses siblings in biological sense, other children sharing some percentage of genetic material, but knows none of them and would not recognize them if they served in adjacent squads. The letters he writes express sentiments that his conditioning should have suppressed, philosophical questions about the campaign's purpose and whether victory remains achievable through methods currently employed. He writes these thoughts in journals rather than sending them through official mail channels, aware that such expressions could result in disciplinary action or worse. The act of writing provides outlet for thoughts that circulate through his mind with increasing frequency, despite training that emphasize mental discipline and suppression of doubt. He is not alone in harboring such thoughts. Conversations in dugouts during quiet hours reveal that other veterans question the campaign's continuation, wonder whether the Administratum will ever acknowledge that some wars cannot be won through simple application of force and acceptance of casualties. These conversations occur in whispers, soldiers aware that commissars or officers might classify such talk as defeatism, warranting immediate execution. But the thoughts emerge nonetheless, because humans cannot entirely suppress doubt, even when trained from birth for absolute obedience. The autumn of 817 M41 brings renewed offensive operations as both sides attempt to capitalize on the summer's consolidation period. The fighting intensifies across the entire front, Chaos forces launching coordinated attacks against Imperial positions, while Imperial forces conduct their own assaults against rebel defensive lines. The battles blur together into continuous combat that consumes soldiers and materiel at rates that exceed even the campaign's previous standards. Casualty lists growing so long that administrative personnel struggle to process documentation. The 262nd Regiment participates in 3 major assaults and repels 4 enemy counterattacks during autumn operations. The unit's strength fluctuating between 1,800 and 2,400 effectives as casualties are sustained and replacements integrate. Jurten commands from position of exhausted competence, making tactical decisions that save as many lives as possible, while achieving objectives demanded by a higher authority, balancing conflicting imperatives of mission accomplishment and casualty minimization. The 5th winter of the Siege of Vraks arrives with familiar brutality, temperatures dropping and bringing misery that has become the campaign's most reliable constant. In the trenches, soldiers huddle in dugouts and perform maintenance on equipment degraded by continuous use, clean weapons that will never be truly clean again, and wait for orders that will send them forward one more time. The Death Korps continues serving with mechanical precision because duty requires nothing less. But even among Krieg's conditioned soldiers, weariness has settled like radiation poisoning, invisible but pervasive. affecting judgment and reaction times in ways that training cannot entirely compensate. And across no man's land, in fortifications that have resisted 5 years of Imperial assault, the forces of chaos consolidate their strength and prepare for conflicts that will make previous battles seem like preliminary skirmishes. The citadel stands intact, its walls unbreached, its defenders determined to exact maximum cost for every meter of ground, and the mathematics that should guarantee Imperial victory grow increasingly uncertain as years stretch towards decades and victory remains perpetually beyond reach. Chapter 7. The Inquisition arrives. The 6th year of the Siege of Vraks begins with recognition that cannot be openly acknowledged. The campaign has transformed from military operation into theological crisis. Cardinal Zaphen's rebellion was never merely political dissent, but rather the calculated opening of a wound through which chaos could pour into the Imperium. The evidence accumulates beyond denial. Demon sightings along the front lines, warp phenomena that twist reality in sectors where fighting intensifies, entire companies disappearing into zones where the barrier between worlds has grown dangerously thin. The Inquisition's intervention arrives without fanfare or official announcement, simply the sudden presence of agents whose authority supersedes military command structures. Inquisitor Hector Rex of the Ordo Malleus, demon hunter of considerable reputation and experience, establishes his headquarters in fortified complex 3 kilometers behind the front lines. With him come Grey Knights, the Emperor's most secret space marines, warriors whose existence is classified at highest levels, whose very purpose is the prosecution of demonic threats that lesser forces cannot hope to defeat. Colonel Jurten receives notification of the Inquisition's arrival through encrypted Vox transmission, orders directing him to report to Inquisitor Rex for briefing on revised operational protocols. He makes the journey to the inquisitorial compound with the wariness that any Imperial servant feels when summoned before the Inquisition. Awareness that such meetings can end with commendation or execution, depending on judgments made by authorities who answer to no one save the Emperor himself. The compound resembles fortress more than the headquarters, walls inscribed with wards and sigils that make his eyes water when he attempts to focus on them directly. Guards who wear the black armor of inquisitorial stormtroopers and carry weapons whose purpose he can only guess. He passes through multiple checkpoints, identity verified repeatedly through retinal scans and gene sampling, security procedures that would seem paranoid in normal military context, but which make terrible sense when fighting enemies that can assume any form or corrupt any soul. Inquisitor Rex receives him in a chamber whose walls are lined with books and data slates, collected lore about chaos in all its manifestations, knowledge that would be heretical for ordinary citizens to possess, but which demon hunters must master to effectively combat their foe. The Inquisitor himself appears unremarkable at first glance, a man of middle years with features that suggest noble birth, wearing robes that combine inquisitorial symbols with personal heraldry. His eyes, when they focus on Jurten, carry weight that suggests he has witnessed horrors that would break lesser minds. The Inquisitor's briefing dispenses with formalities, moving directly to information that Jurten suspected but hoped remained speculation. Vraks Prime has become demonic incursion point, the years of bloodshed weakening the barrier between materium and warp, creating conditions where demons can manifest with increasing ease. Cardinal Zaphen serves not merely his own ambition, but rather acts as a vessel for powers that promise victory while delivering only corruption. The rebel forces that initially opposed Imperial reclamation have been supplemented and in many cases replaced by chaos cultists, demon-possessed soldiers, and worse things that defy conventional classification. The Grey Knights deploy to address the demonic threat directly, their psychic powers and sanctified weapons designed specifically for combating warp entities. They will operate independently of conventional command structures, engaging targets identified through methods that combine divination, psychic scrying, and intelligence gathered through channels that Jurten lacks clearance to know. His role, and that of the conventional Imperial Guard forces, is to maintain pressure on mortal defenders while the Grey Knights prosecute their shadow war against the demonic presence. Jurten acknowledges the briefing with appropriate formality, asking no questions about matters that lie beyond his need to know, accepting that the war has evolved beyond simple siege operations into something far more dangerous. The Inquisitor dismisses him with reminder that discussing the Grey Knight's existence with anyone lacking appropriate clearance will result in immediate execution, that operational security regarding the Inquisition's activities takes priority over all other considerations, that serving the Imperium sometimes requires accepting ignorance about the nature of threats being confronted. The Death Korps soldiers under Jurten's command notice the changes without understanding their full significance. They observe Space Marines who wear silver armor marked with unfamiliar insignia, warriors who move through the trenches as if searching for something invisible to normal sight, who engage enemies that other soldiers cannot see. They witness firefights where the Grey Knights battle opponents that appear as shimmering distortions in reality, creatures whose forms shift and change, whose very presence causes physical pain to witnesses. They learn not to ask questions about these incidents, accepting that some aspects of the war exist beyond their understanding or need to know. Morton encounters the Grey Knights during a routine patrol, his squad moving through recently captured trenches when they stumble upon a combat situation already in progress. 3 Grey Knights engage what appears to be a demon prince, a creature of impossible size and malevolence, its form combining elements from multiple species in ways that violate natural law. The Space Marines fight with weapons that glow with psychic power, their force weapons cutting through demonic flesh that would regenerate from conventional wounds, their presence creating zone of spiritual purity that pushes back the corruption radiating from their opponent. The battle ends when the lead Grey Knight drives his nemesis force weapon through the daemon prince's core, banishing the entity back to the warp with a detonation of psychic energy that leaves Morton's squad temporarily blinded and deafened. When their senses recover, the Grey Knights have departed, leaving behind only scorch marks and the lingering smell of ozone that marks psychic combat. The squad files no report about the encounter, understanding instinctively that some things should not be documented, that discussing what they witnessed could endanger not only themselves, but everyone they might tell. The Grey Knight's presence brings partial stabilization to sectors where demonic incursions threaten to overwhelm conventional defenses. Their ability to engage warp entities directly prevents the complete collapse of defensive positions in zones where the barrier between worlds has grown dangerously thin. But their numbers remain limited, perhaps 50 Grey Knights total across the entire battlefront. insufficient to address every demonic manifestation. They prioritize targets based on criteria that conventional commanders cannot fully comprehend, sometimes allowing minor demon incursions to proceed while concentrating force against threats that seem, to mundane eyes, no more dangerous than those ignored. The summer of 818 M41 sees escalation in both conventional combat and demonic activity. The Chaos Forces, recognizing that the Grey Knights threaten their ability to maintain war presence on Vraks Prime, commit additional resources to the conflict. Traitor marine warbands that previously operated in other sectors of the galaxy arrived to reinforce existing Chaos Forces. The Berserkers of Skalathrax bring their particular brand of murderous fury, World Eater's successor, warband that maintains its progenitor legion's devotion to Khorne. The Steel Brethren add demonic war engines to the battlefield, possess tanks and walkers that combine mechanical capability with warp-spawned malevolence. The Imperial response involves deploying additional Space Marine chapters to counter the growing traitor marine presence. The Dark Angels, 1st Legion, and among the most honored chapters in the Imperium, commit significant forces to Vraks Prime, under Supreme Grand Master Azrael himself. Their arrival brings not just transhuman combat capability, but also centuries of experience fighting chaos in all its manifestations. The Dark Angels have hunted traitor marines since the Horus Heresy, carrying knowledge and techniques developed over 10,000 years of prosecuting enemies who were once brothers. The presence of multiple Space Marine chapters transforms certain sectors of the battlefield into transhuman combat zones where ordinary Imperial Guard forces can only watch from distance and hope not to be caught in crossfire. When Dark Angels engage Chaos Marines, the combat occurs at speeds and scales that exceed unaugmented human capacity to process. Bolt rounds detonate with impacts that feel like artillery strikes at close range. Power weapons clash with sounds like thunder. Individual Space Marines, whether loyal or traitor, possess combat capability equivalent to entire squads of normal soldiers. Morton watches one such engagement from forward observation post, observing through magnoculars as Dark Angels tactical marines engage a force of World Eater's berserkers. The Loyalist Marines advance in disciplined formation, bolters speaking in measured cadence, each shot precisely aimed to exploit gaps in enemy armor. The Berserkers charge with no tactical coherence beyond proximity to enemies, chain axes screaming, their advance absorbing bolter fire that would devastate normal infantry. When the forces collide in close combat, the fighting achieves intensity that seems almost supernatural. Transhuman warriors trading blows that would pulverize ordinary soldiers. The engagement concludes with Dark Angel's victory achieved through superior discipline and tactical coordination. But the cost includes 3 Loyalist Space Marines killed and 5 seriously wounded. These casualties represent significant loss for chapters that maintain only approximately 1,000 battle brothers, each Space Marine requiring years of training and gene seed that cannot be easily replaced. The World Eaters lose approximately 15 berserkers in the same engagement, acceptable casualties for warbands that measure success in skulls claimed rather than warriors preserved. The mathematics of Space Marine combat confound the attrition calculations that govern conventional warfare. When Imperial Guard regiments engage, acceptable casualty rates can approach 50% before units require reconstitution. When Space Marine chapters fight, even 10% losses represent crisis requiring careful consideration of whether continued operations can be sustained. The presence of multiple chapters on Vraks Prime indicates the Imperium's growing commitment to the campaign's success, willingness to risk irreplaceable assets in pursuit of objectives that transcend simple military logic. Colonel Jurten receives briefing on revised operational doctrine that accounts for Space Marine presence. His regiment will continue siege operations against conventional defensive positions, but when intelligence indicates Chaos Marine or Demon presence, Imperial Guard forces will withdraw and Space Marines will handle the engagement. This doctrine acknowledges reality that normal humans, regardless of training or equipment, cannot effectively combat transhuman opponents or warp entities. The Death Korps' legendary willingness to accept casualties proves irrelevant when casualties achieve nothing except providing corpses for the enemy to desecrate. The new doctrine generates mixed reactions among Imperial Guard commanders. Some feel relief at not being required to assault positions defended by Chaos Marines, grateful that someone else will shoulder burden that previously fell to their regiments. Others perceive the policy as admission that the Imperial Guard cannot fulfill its mission, that despite overwhelming numerical superiority and willingness to accept massive losses, conventional forces prove insufficient against certain enemy types. This perception of inadequacy wounds pride in ways that physical casualties cannot, suggesting that all their sacrifice and suffering achieves less than the intervention of comparatively few Space Marines. The 262nd Regiment continues operations under the revised doctrine, targeting defensive positions held by mortal defenders while avoiding engagement with transhuman opponents. The regiment's casualty rate drops significantly under this approach, monthly losses falling from 15 to 20% to approximately 8%, reduction that allows the unit to maintain strength without requiring constant infusions of replacement personnel. The soldiers recognize that they are being preserved, resources husbanded for purposes that command has not articulated, and this recognition generates unease among troops who are trained to view their lives as expendable assets. Morton finds himself troubled by survival, awareness that he has lasted 7 years in continuous combat when average life expectancy for Death Korps soldiers in high-intensity conflicts measures in months. He should be dead dozens of times over, killed in any of the assaults where his squad mates fell, his survival representing statistical anomaly rather than any particular skill or providence. The knowledge that he continues living, while so many have died, weighs on him with pressure that his conditioning struggles to process. The Death Korps trains for martyrdom, for sacrifice in the Emperor's service, for death that grants meaning to otherwise valueless lives. Survival past the point where death should have claimed him leaves Morton without the certainty that sustained him through earlier campaigns. He discusses these feelings with no one, aware that expressing such thoughts could be interpreted as questioning Imperial doctrine, or even heretical suggestion that the Emperor's plans can be understood by mortal minds. But the thoughts circulate through his consciousness during quiet moments, questions about why he survived when thousands died, whether his continued existence serves any purpose beyond statistical improbability. What meaning can be found in war that consumes everything without producing victory? The autumn of 818, M41, brings renewed offensive operations, Imperial forces attempting to capitalize on Space Marine successes against Chaos strongpoints. The siege army advances across sectors where Dark Angels and Grey Knights eliminated traitor marine defenders, occupying positions that resisted conventional assault for years. The advance proceeds smoothly initially, encountering only scattered resistance from demoralized cultists and depleted militia units. Territorial gains accumulate rapidly, suggesting that perhaps the campaign has finally reached a turning point where victory becomes achievable. The optimism proves premature. The Chaos Forces conduct strategic withdrawal, abandoning outer defensive works to consolidate around the citadel proper, concentrating their remaining strength in defensive belt that surrounds the central objective. This withdrawal shortens their defensive perimeter significantly, allowing them to achieve much higher force density than previous dispositions permitted. Where previously the Imperial forces faced defenders spread across hundreds of kilometers of front, they now confront enemy concentrated in area measuring perhaps 50 kilometers across. Defensive density that transforms the final assault into prospect that even the Administratum's most optimistic analysts view with trepidation. Marshal Kagori reviews the revised situation with his staff, considering options that range from continuing the methodical reduction approach that has characterized previous operations to attempting one massive assault designed to overwhelm defenders through sheer weight of numbers. The methodical approach promises lower daily casualties, but extends the campaign's duration, potentially by years, continuing the slow grinding attrition that has already consumed 6 years and hundreds of thousands of lives. The massed assault offers possibility of quicker resolution, but at cost that could easily exceed 100,000 casualties in a single operation. Losses that would devastate the siege army even if the assault succeeds. The decision ultimately arrives from above Marshal Kagori's authority level. Segmentum Command issuing orders specifying that Vraks Prime will be reduced through continued methodical operations, that the campaign will continue as long as necessary to achieve victory regardless of cost. The retreat or abandonment of objectives remain unacceptable. The orders bring clarity, if not comfort, confirming that the siege army will continue operations until either the citadel falls or the army ceases to exist as combat-effective force. The mathematics of attrition continue, and all projections indicate that the Imperium possesses sufficient resources to outlast defenders if Imperial command maintains commitment. The 6th winter of the Siege of Vraks settles over the battlefield with familiar cruelty, bringing cold and misery that have become the campaign's constants. In trenches surrounding the citadel's defensive belt, soldiers from dozens of worlds maintain their positions and prepare for assaults that will come with spring's arrival. The Death Korps continues serving with mechanical precision, but even among Krieg's conditioned soldiers, exhaustion and combat stress accumulate in ways that training cannot entirely suppress. They fight because fighting is all they know. They endure because endurance represents duty, but the certainty that once sustained them has eroded under years of losses that purchase only more war without prospect of conclusion. And in the citadel, Cardinal Zafan conducts his rituals and makes his offerings, feeding the warp entities that promised him power and delivered only damnation. The barrier between worlds grows thinner with each sacrifice, each prayer offered to gods who hunger for suffering, each decision that trades tomorrow's torment for today's survival. The endgame approaches, though none of the mortal participants can perceive its shape, and Vraks Prime continues its transformation from Imperial world into something that will require purging rather than reclamation when the fighting finally ends. The 7th year of the Siege of Vraks introduces complications that confound Imperial intelligence efforts and generate operational challenges that cannot be addressed through straightforward military force. Reports arrive with increasing frequency describing enemy operations that demonstrate tactical sophistication far exceeding the capabilities of cultist militias or even traitor marine warbands. Supply convoys disappear without trace from routes that were thoroughly secured. Communications intercepts suggest Imperial forces are conducting operations that no Imperial commander authorized. Defensive positions thought to be firmly held suddenly collapse from internal betrayal that investigation cannot explain. The pattern suggests Alpha Legion involvement, the 20th Legion whose specialty is infiltration and subversion, whose operatives can pass as Imperial personnel with perfection that defeats all but the most thorough security measures. The Alpha Legion fights wars through deception rather than direct combat, achieving through betrayal and confusion what other forces accomplish through firepower and assault. Their presence on Vraks Prime transforms the conflict from siege warfare into counterintelligence nightmare. Every soldier potentially a disguised traitor, every order potentially originating from enemy sources. Inquisitor Rex identifies the Alpha Legion's hand through analysis of patterns that would be invisible to conventional intelligence officers. The specific nature of security failures, the timing of betrayals, the sophistication of enemy operations all point to Chaos Lord Arcus the Faithless, Alpha Legion commander known for campaigns that span decades and achieve objectives through manipulation so subtle that victims never recognize they have been compromised. Arcos has infiltrated Vraks Prime's defensive network, either before the siege began or during its early phases, and has spent years positioning assets for maximum impact during critical operations. The counterintelligence response involves draconian security measures that would be unacceptable in normal circumstances, but which the Inquisition implements with absolute authority. Every member of the siege army undergoes gene screening to verify human status and detect possible signs of chaos taint. Officers above certain rank must submit to psychic interrogation by inquisitorial telepaths, their minds scanned for evidence of corruption or external influence. Units that show any signs of compromise are purged wholesale. Entire companies executed based on suspicions that might have no foundation beyond statistical anomaly. Colonel Jurten undergoes interrogation that lasts 6 hours. Inquisitorial telepaths probing his memories and thoughts with invasive precision that leaves him with migraine lasting days. The interrogators examine every decision he has made during 7 years of command, searching for signs that his choices were influenced by external manipulation or that he has been compromised by chaos in ways he might not recognize himself. The process violates his privacy at fundamental level. Thoughts and memories examined by strangers who have authority to execute him immediately if they detect anything suspicious. He passes the screening, classified as clean of taint and cleared to resume command duties. Many officers do not pass. Marshal Kagori himself falls under suspicion after interrogation reveals inconsistencies in his recall of certain operational decisions, minor discrepancies that might be simple memory failure, but which the Inquisition cannot risk leaving uninvestigated. The Marshal is removed from command pending further investigation, replaced by Marshal Kazan, who arrives from Cadia with a reputation for counterinsurgency operations and experience dealing with infiltrated command structures. The purges extend through the siege army's ranks. Thousands of soldiers executed based on evidence ranging from solid proof of corruption to vague suspicions about behavior that deviates from expected patterns. Entire regiments are disbanded after investigations suggest possible compromise, their soldiers redistributed to other units, or simply executed if the Inquisition judges the contamination risk too severe. The psychological impact of these purges rivals the casualties sustained in combat operations. Soldiers living in constant fear that their next interaction might be with inquisitorial agents come to drag them away for interrogation they will not survive. Morton watches his squad mates succumb to the paranoia that the purges generate. Corporal Henrik, who survived 7 years of combat and led the squad through dozens of engagements, disappears during routine inspection, taken away by inquisitorial stormtroopers for reasons never explained. He is never seen again, his fate officially classified as transferred to other duties, but universally understood to mean execution, after interrogation revealed something that the Inquisition found suspicious. The squad receives no explanation, warned that discussing Henrik's disappearance constitutes security violation warranting investigation. The Alpha Legion's operations continue despite the purges, suggesting that Arcos has positioned his agents too deeply for conventional security measures to detect them all. Imperial Guard units continue experiencing mysterious failures at critical moments, operations that should succeed collapsing due to betrayals that investigation cannot trace to specific perpetrators. The Dark Angels arrive at fortified positions only to find them abandoned minutes before, suggesting that enemy forces received advance warning of the Space Marines' approach. Communications intercepts contain Imperial identification codes and encryption that should be impossible for enemy forces to possess. The situation deteriorates to point where Marshal Kazan requests Space Marine assistance specifically for counterintelligence operations. The Dark Angels accept this mission with particular enthusiasm. The First Legion, carrying 10,000 years of experience hunting traitor Marines and nursing particular hatred for the Alpha Legion, based on old grudges stretching back to the Horus Heresy. Supreme Grandmaster Azrael personally leads strike teams tasked with identifying and eliminating Alpha Legion infiltrators, applying methods that combine enhanced transhuman senses with interrogation techniques developed specifically for exposing disguised enemies. The Dark Angels operations occur outside conventional military command structures, Space Marine kill teams operating with complete autonomy and authority that supersedes even inquisitorial oversight. They conduct raids on positions suspected of Alpha Legion presence, eliminate targets based on intelligence that they do not share with conventional forces, and pursue objectives that serve larger strategic purposes that they decline to explain. Their intervention brings results. Alpha Legion infiltrators identified and eliminated with increasing frequency, but also generates friction as Dark Angels' methods sometimes produce collateral casualties among Imperial personnel who were investigated but found clean only after their deaths. The campaign against the Alpha Legion culminates in assault on Vraks Starport, major installation that Imperial forces captured during previous offensive, but which intelligence now suggests has been thoroughly infiltrated by Chaos operatives. The Dark Angels plan meticulous operation involving orbital bombardment followed by lightning assault, intending to overwhelm Alpha Legion forces before they can evacuate or destroy evidence of their operations. Supreme Grandmaster Azrael leads the assault personally, committing over 300 Dark Angels to the operation, roughly 1/3 of the chapter's entire combat strength. The assault begins with Thunderhawk gunships dropping from low orbit, surviving defensive fire through combination of superior piloting and void shield technology that civilian transports lack. The Dark Angels deploy in force, tactical Marines securing landing zones, while assault Marines clear strong points with jump pack mobility, coordinated assault that overwhelms initial resistance within minutes. The advance proceeds with precision that demonstrates why Space Marines are considered the Emperor's finest warriors, each battle brother operating as part of larger tactical machine, where individual initiative combines with unit cohesion to achieve results that exceed the sum of parts. The Alpha Legion response demonstrates why the 20th Legion earned its reputation for cunning warfare. The starport was not merely infiltrated, but rather converted into elaborate ambush, defensive positions designed to channel attackers into kill zones where prepared firepower could achieve maximum effect. Alpha Legion Chaos Marines emerge from concealment in positions that should have been secured, striking at Dark Angels from unexpected angles with weapons specifically chosen to exploit weaknesses in power armor. The engagement devolves into urban combat at close range, Space Marines fighting through corridors and structures where the Dark Angels' numerical advantage provides limited benefit. Arcos the Faithless appears during the battle's climax, emerging from defensive positions to engage Azrael directly in single combat that will determine the engagement's outcome. The two commanders fight with skill developed over centuries. Arcos's millennia of experience against Azrael's mastery of techniques preserved since the Great Crusade. The duel ranges across the starport's main concourse, power weapons clashing with impacts that crack ferrocrete floors, bolters speaking at point-blank range where both combatants trust their armor to protect them from shots that would vaporize normal humans. Azrael gains advantage through slightly superior equipment and the purity granted by service to the Emperor, rather than the Chaos Gods, driving Arcos back toward positions where Deathwing Terminators can support their commander. The Alpha Legion Lord recognizes that remaining engaged means death, breaks contact with practiced skill that demonstrates why his legion specializes in guerrilla warfare, and extracts himself from the engagement while his remaining forces conduct fighting withdrawal. The Dark Angels pursue but find that Alpha Legion forces have prepared multiple escape routes, disappearing into Vraks Prime's labyrinthine defensive network before the Space Marines can trap them. The Dark Angels claim the starport at cost of 200 battle brothers killed, catastrophic losses that leave the chapter's participation in the Vraks campaign significantly reduced. The victory provides strategic advantage, denying the Chaos forces a major installation and eliminating significant Alpha Legion presence from the southern approaches to the citadel. But the price paid demonstrates that even Space Marines can be bled by enemies who choose terrain and tactics carefully, that the Alpha Legion's preference for ambush and withdrawal rather than direct combat represents sound doctrine against superior opponents. Colonel Jurten witnesses the aftermath of the starport assault during inspection tour conducted to assess whether conventional Imperial Guard forces can now occupy the installation without facing Alpha Legion interference. The evidence of Space Marine combat covers every surface: bolt-round impact craters pocking walls, dried blood staining floors in patterns that suggest desperate fighting. bodies of Chaos cultists who supported the Alpha Legion lying where they fell. The Dark Angels removed their own dead for proper burial, according to chapter practices, but they left enemy casualties in place as warning to any Chaos forces considering further operations. The 262nd Regiment receives orders to garrison the starport, establishing defensive positions and securing the installation against potential counterattack. The assignment represents recognition that the regiment has survived long enough to be considered reliable. Veteran unit trusted with important responsibilities rather than simply expendable assets to be thrown at hardened targets. Jurten accepts the orders with the same professional detachment he brings to all assignments, recognizing that easier duty now simply means harder fighting later, that the siege army husbands resources only to expend them at moments of maximum need. Morton and his squad establish positions in section of the starport that saw particularly intense fighting, cleaning up debris and preparing defensive works in rooms that still smell of promethium and blood. They find evidence of the battle everywhere: empty bolt shell casings by the hundreds, spent power pack cells from weapons that discharge their entire capacity during sustained firefights, personal effects dropped by soldiers who died before they could retrieve them. The physical artifacts of combat create connection to the battle that occurred here, allowing the Death Korps soldiers to construct narrative of events from evidence left behind. The summer of 819-41 passes in consolidation, both sides recovering from spring's intensive operations and preparing for campaigns that will come with autumn's cooling temperatures. The Alpha Legion's reduced presence allows Imperial intelligence to operate with greater confidence. That information has not been compromised, though paranoia remains high about possible sleeper agents that counterintelligence failed to identify. Security protocols remain draconian, random inspections continuing, suspicious behavior investigated immediately. Constant reminder that eternal vigilance represents the price of prosecuting wars against enemies who can appear as friends until the moment they strike. The Imperial forces surrounding the citadel begin preparations for what analysts project will be the campaign's final phase. Massive assault designed to breach the defensive belt and penetrate to the citadel itself. The operation will require concentration of force unprecedented in the campaign's history, commitment of resources that will leave no reserves for follow-on operations if the assault fails. Marshal Kazan coordinates planning, with the Space Marine chapters present on Vraks Prime, attempting to integrate transhuman combat capability with conventional Imperial Guard strength in combined arms approach that maximizes each force's advantages while minimizing their respective weaknesses. The planning continues through summer into autumn, analysts developing contingencies for every potential enemy response, logisticians calculating ammunition requirements and casualty projections, engineers preparing specialized equipment for breaching fortifications designed to resist exactly this type of assault. The complexity of coordinating multiple Imperial Guard armies, several Space Marine chapters, Titan Legion elements, and inquisitorial forces strains command structures designed for simpler operations. But the alternative to coordination is chaos. An Imperial doctrine emphasizes that proper preparation prevents catastrophic failure, even when operations face determined opposition. And in the citadel, Cardinal Zaffin continues his rituals, offering sacrifices to powers that hunger always for more, making bargains that cost everything while delivering nothing of lasting value. The warp rift that his rebellion opened years ago has grown into wound that bleeds corruption across Vraks Prime's surface, transforming the planet from Imperial possession into something that might require exterminatus when the fighting finally ends. But such considerations lie beyond the Cardinal's concern. He has committed to his course with absoluteness that admits no doubt, and whatever fate awaits him at the campaign's conclusion has become irrelevant compared to the certainty that he will not surrender while life remains in his body. The stage is set for the final acts of tragedy that began 8 years ago with decisions made in ignorance and pride. The pieces move toward their appointed positions. Forces converge on objectives that will determine not just Vraks Prime's fate, but also the lives of millions who serve the Imperium's insatiable hunger for victory, purchased through sacrifice. The mathematics continue, casualty projections climbing toward numbers that should provoke horror, but which generate only bureaucratic notation in reports filed by analysts who will never experience the reality that their calculations describe. And in the trenches, soldiers clean weapons and wait for orders that will send them forward one more time, hoping that perhaps this assault will be the last, knowing that hope itself has become dangerous luxury in war without end. Chapter 9. Years of Blood, the years between 819 and 824. 41. Blur together in Colonel Jurten's memory individual campaigns and battles losing distinctiveness as they accumulate into single continuous experience of combat without respite. The siege army conducts offensive operations each spring and autumn, withdraws to defensive positions each winter, consolidates gains each summer. Each cycle consumes tens of thousands of lives while advancing Imperial positions by increments measured in hundreds of meters. The mathematics of attrition continue with mechanical inevitability, neither side capable of achieving breakthrough, but neither willing to concede defeat. The 262nd Regiment participates in 23 major assaults during these years, each one following patterns that have become grimly familiar. Artillery preparation that transforms target sectors into moonscape. Infantry advance under fire that extracts predictable percentages of casualties based on distance to enemy positions and density of defensive weapons. Close assault with bayonet and entrenching tool when survivors reach enemy trenches. Consolidation under counterattack pressure while engineers fortify captured positions. The cycle repeats with variations so minor that individual engagements become indistinguishable from accumulated experience. Morton survives through combination of skill, caution, and statistical improbability that defies rational explanation. He has served in the trenches of Vraks Prime for 10 years, duration that exceeds average life expectancy for Death Korps soldiers in high-intensity combat by factors that approach the absurd. His original squad has been replaced 4 times over. Corporal Henrik and the others who trained with him all dead years ago, their positions filled by replacements who themselves died and were replaced by others who also died. He is now the most senior enlisted soldier in 2nd Company, holder of institutional knowledge about tactics and terrain that exists nowhere except in minds of survivors. His body bears the accumulated damage that decade of warfare inflicts even on those lucky enough to avoid immediately fatal wounds. Shrapnel scars mark his torso and limbs, pink tissue where flesh has healed imperfectly around metal fragments too small or deep to remove surgically. His hands shake slightly at rest. Neurological damage from artillery concussions sustained during engagement he can no longer precisely recall. His lungs function at perhaps 70% efficiency, degradation from years of breathing chemical-tainted air despite gas mask protection. He is 31 standard years old and moves like man twice that age, body worn down by use that equipment manuals would classify as exceeding operational parameters. The regiment itself has been reconstituted 7 times during 10 years of operations. Original deployment strength of 4,800 replaced by approximately 35,000 soldiers who served at various points before being killed, wounded beyond recovery, or transferred to other units. The unit's designation remains unchanged. Bureaucratic fiction maintaining that the 262nd Regiment represents continuous entity, despite the fact that every component has been replaced multiple times. Colonel Jurten represents the sole surviving link to the original deployment, promoted through attrition rather than merit, holding command because everyone senior to him died and someone must perform the function. He reviews casualty statistics with detachment that approaches catatonia, emotional responses so thoroughly suppressed that he sometimes questions whether he still possesses capacity for feeling. The numbers have lost meaning through sheer magnitude. 14,000 regiment casualties becomes abstract statistic rather than representation of individual deaths, each number corresponding to soldier who possessed name and history and people who mourned his passing. Jurten knows he should feel something about these losses, but can access only intellectual understanding that tragedy has occurred, emotional comprehension remaining beyond reach. The siege army itself has grown to unprecedented size through constant reinforcement, now numbering over 1.2 million soldiers, organized into hundreds of regiments drawn from dozens of worlds. The logistics of sustaining this force strain Imperial supply chains, convoys arriving daily bearing ammunition, rations, fuel, replacement equipment, and fresh soldiers to feed into the meat grinder. The administrative burden of tracking this many personnel and resources requires entire regiments of scribes and data adepts, their cogitators working continuously to process information that commanders need for operational planning. The Chaos Defenders, by contrast, have seen their strength eroded through attrition. They lack resources to replace. The rebel forces that numbered over 4 million at the siege's beginning have been reduced to perhaps 500,000 effectives, supplemented by demon manifestations and traitor marine warbands, but fundamentally weakened by losses that Cardinal Zaffan cannot replenish. The defensive perimeter has contracted repeatedly, each withdrawal shortening the line that defenders must hold, but also acknowledging that Imperial pressure cannot be permanently resisted. Yet the defenders maintain coherence and fighting effectiveness that confounds Imperial projections. The Chaos Marines, anchoring critical positions, provide backbone that allows even depleted mortal forces to resist assaults that should overwhelm them. The demon incursions, while costly in lives and sanity for defenders who witness them, generate terror among Imperial attackers that disrupts offensive operations. The fortifications surrounding the citadel, built over decades according to designs that anticipated exactly this type of siege, resist reduction through methods that work against lesser defenses. The year 822, M41 brings deployment of additional Space Marine forces as the Imperium commits to ending the siege through application of overwhelming transhuman capability. The Red Scorpions arrive from the Badab sector, bringing their reputation for purity and expertise in urban combat. The Angels of Absolution contribute companies drawn from their chapter reserve, warriors whose skill matches their dedication to the Emperor. Combined with the Dark Angels and Grey Knights already present, the Imperial forces now possess Space Marine strength approaching 800 battle brothers, concentration of transhuman power rarely seen outside Crusade scale operations. The Space Marine chapters coordinate planning for what they designate Operation Thunderstrike, massive combined assault targeting the Citadel's outer defensive belt at multiple points simultaneously. The operation will commit all available Space Marine forces in coordinated attack designed to overwhelm defensive strongpoints before Chaos forces can shift reserves to threatened sectors. Supporting Imperial Guard regiments will exploit breakthroughs, pushing through gaps created by Space Marine assault to establish forward positions from which final assault on the Citadel itself can be launched. Colonel Jurten receives briefing on Operation Thunderstrike 3 weeks before its scheduled execution. Classified information shared only with regimental commanders who need to understand how their forces will coordinate with Space Marine operations. The briefing materials include hololithic displays showing the assault routes, timing sequences for artillery support, and projected casualty rates for each phase of the operation. The 262nd Regiment will advance behind Dark Angels assault elements, occupying positions that the Space Marine sees in establishing defensive works to hold against inevitable counterattacks. The projected casualties for Operation Thunderstrike range from 30 to 45% across participating Imperial Guard units. Acceptable losses if the operation achieves its objectives, but devastating if the assault stalls short of breakthrough. The Space Marines expect to sustain between 15 and 25% casualties, losses that will cripple several chapters' ability to conduct future operations, but which command judges necessary for achieving decisive victory. The mathematical precision of these projections suggests confidence in operational planning, though Jurten has learned over 10 years that projections rarely survive contact with enemy who possesses agency and capability to disrupt even the most careful plans. The 3 weeks preceding Operation Thunderstrike pass in intensive preparation. The regiment receives specialized equipment for urban combat operations, including additional explosives for breaching fortified structures and close-range weapons optimized for fighting in confined spaces. Training exercises familiarize soldiers with procedures for coordinating with Space Marine forces, communications protocols for requesting support, and recognition signals to prevent friendly fire incidents. Medical teams position forward aid stations and stockpile supplies anticipated for treating casualties that projections suggest will number in thousands across the participating regiments. Morton cleans his weapons for what must be the 1,000th time during 10 years of service, hands moving through familiar rituals while his mind processes knowledge that the coming operation will likely kill him. He has survived far longer than probability suggests possible, but probability reasserts itself eventually, and operations of the scale being planned generate casualty rates that spare no one, regardless of experience or caution. He writes letters to family he has never met, expressing sentiments about his service and hopes that his death will matter in larger scheme of Imperium's survival. The letters feel hollow even as he writes them, awareness that his individual death carries no more significance than any of the thousands who died before him, making the exercise seem futile. Operation Thunderstrike launches at dawn on the 207th day of 822 EM-41, beginning with orbital bombardment from Imperial Navy vessels that have supported the siege since its beginning. Lance strikes from high orbit punch through the citadel's void shields at precise coordinates where Space Marine planners identified weaknesses, creating gaps through which subsequent bombardment can affect surface targets. Macro cannon shells follow the Lance strikes, impacting fortifications with force that liquefies stone and metal, churning defensive positions into craters where nothing survives. The Space Marine assault begins 30 minutes into the bombardment. Thunderhawk gunships and drop pods delivering over 700 battle brothers directly into the Citadel's defensive belt at 6 primary insertion points. The Dark Angels strike at the northern approaches, their companies deploying with precision that demonstrates centuries of experience, conducting exactly this type of operation. The Red Scorpions attack from the west, their assault marines clearing strong points with melter guns and power weapons, while tactical marines secure landing zones. The Angels of Absolution and Grey Knights take southern and eastern approaches respectively, their assaults coordinated to prevent defenders from concentrating force against any single penetration. The Imperial Guard exploitation forces advance minutes behind the Space Marines, moving through lanes cleared by transhuman warriors while artillery shifts fire to isolate penetration zones from enemy reinforcement. The 262nd Regiment advances behind Dark Angels elements, soldiers moving at near-running pace through trenches and bunker complexes where defenders lie dead or too shell-shocked to offer resistance. The pace of advance exceeds anything experienced during previous operations. Territorial gains measured in kilometers per hour rather than meters per day. Morton's squad encounters its first serious resistance 2 hours into the advance, moving through a bunker complex where Chaos cultists have established defensive position in depth. The cultists fight with fanaticism born of devotion to powers that demand absolute commitment, accepting certain death rather than retreating from positions they have been ordered to hold. The Death Korps soldiers clear the bunker room by room, using grenades to kill occupants before entering, accepting the time consumption that methodical clearing requires because speed without thoroughness leads to casualties from bypass positions. The breakthrough achieves objectives beyond even optimistic projections. By nightfall of the first day, Imperial forces have penetrated 6 kilometers into the defensive belt at multiple points, Space Marine spearheads reaching positions that intelligence estimated would require weeks of fighting to seize. The exploitation forces consolidate these gains, establishing strong points and defensive positions, while engineers begin constructing supply routes through captured territory. Casualty rates fall significantly below projections, suggesting that the concentration of Space Marine power overwhelmed defenders before they could organize effective resistance. The Chaos counterattack arrives on the second day with fury that demonstrates the defenders have been hoarding strength for exactly this moment. Traitor Marine warbands that had remained hidden during previous operations emerge from concealment, striking at Imperial penetrations with coordinated assault that targets weak points in hastily established defensive positions. Daemon incursions manifest in zones where the barrier between materium and warp has grown thin from concentrated violence. Warp entities pouring through rifts to assault Imperial forces from unexpected directions. The World Eaters hit the northern penetration with particular violence, their berserkers charging Dark Angels' positions with chain axes screaming and bloodlust overwhelming any tactical consideration. The fighting devolves into brutal melee, where Space Marine discipline confronts Kornate fury, both sides taking horrific casualties as close combat negates advantages that firepower and armor normally provide. The Dark Angels hold their positions through sheer determination and the intervention of Deathwing Terminators who teleport directly into critical combat zones, but the cost includes over 100 Battle Brothers killed, losses that will take the chapter decades to replace. The southern penetration faces demon assault, coordinated by what inquisitorial analysts identify as Greater Demon of Khorne, a bloodthirster of immense power, leading cohorts of lesser demons against positions held by the Angels of Absolution. The Grey Knights respond immediately, teleporting their entire strike force to confront the demonic threat directly. The battle between Grey Knights and the Bloodthirster's demon host represents fundamental conflict between the Emperor's sanctified warriors and the Dark God's unholy servants, psychic power and faith against warp-spawned malevolence. The Grey Knights banish the Bloodthirster back to the warp after combat that consumes 6 hours and costs the lives of 30 Grey Knight Battle Brothers, catastrophic losses for a chapter that maintains perhaps only a few hundred warriors across the entire galaxy. The surviving Grey Knights pursue fleeing demon cohorts through the defensive belt, methodically banishing each warp entity before it can escape, ensuring that this incursion leaves no lingering contamination. Their victory prevents demonic assault from collapsing the southern penetration entirely. But the price paid demonstrates why the Ordo Malleus deploys the Grey Knights sparingly, reserving them for threats that no other Imperial force can address. The 262nd Regiment defends positions captured during the first day's advance against Chaos cultists and traitor guardsmen attempting to infiltrate through gaps in the defensive perimeter. The fighting continues for 72 hours, soldiers maintaining combat readiness through stimulants and willpower while enemy forces probe for weaknesses. The regiment sustains 33% casualties during this phase, losses that fall within projected parameters, but which reduce the unit's effective strength to point where it can barely hold its assigned sector against sustained assault. Colonel Jurten coordinates the defense from command post established in captured bunker complex, directing fire support and requesting reinforcement when pressure becomes unsustainable. He has conducted similar operations dozens of times during 10 years of campaigning, the tactics and procedures as familiar as breathing, but exhaustion degrades his judgment in ways that would have been unthinkable during earlier campaigns. He makes mistakes, positions reinforced unnecessarily while critical sectors go unsupported, artillery fire missions calculated incorrectly, orders issued that contradict previous directives. His staff compensates for these errors where possible, but the accumulated strain of decade-long campaign has eroded even Death Korps' discipline. Operation Thunderstrike achieves its primary objectives at a cost that falls within acceptable parameters according to military accounting, but which represents catastrophe when measured in human terms. The Imperial forces penetrate the Citadel's outer defensive belt and establish forward positions from which the final assault can be launched. The Space Marine chapters sustain combined casualties approaching 30%, losses that will require years or decades to replace. The Imperial Guard regiments suffer approximately 42% casualties across participating units, losses that require massive reinforcement before these formations can conduct further offensive operations. The Chaos Defenders sustain losses that effectively break their ability to conduct large-scale defensive operations. Traitor marine warbands reduced to fragments of their pre-battle strength, cultist militias decimated beyond recovery, demon manifestations banished through Grey Knight intervention. The defensive belt surrounding the citadel has been breached at multiple points, creating vulnerabilities that proper fortification might repair given time and resources, but which Cardinal Zaffan cannot address with forces remaining at his disposal. The stage is set for the campaign's final act, assault on the citadel itself, that will determine whether 10 years of bloodshed achieve anything beyond demonstrating that some wars cost more than any conceivable victory can justify. The Imperial forces consolidate their positions and prepare for operations that will come with spring's arrival. The Chaos Defenders retreat to the citadel proper, accepting that the outer defenses have fallen and that survival now depends on making the final assault so costly that the Imperium might abandon the campaign rather than sustain additional losses. And Morton, miraculously surviving Operation Thunderstrike with the wounds that medici teams classify as minor, writes in his journal thoughts that would warrant investigation if any commissar read them. He questions the campaign's purpose, wonders whether Vraks Prime possesses value justifying its cost in lives, suggests that victory purchased at such price might represent defeat disguised as success. These thoughts are heresy if examined closely. Doubt about Imperial policy and decisions made by authorities whose wisdom must not be questioned. But Morton no longer cares about consequences. Awareness that death comes for everyone eventually making threats of execution seem less frightening than continued service in war without meaning or end. The winter of 824 M. 41 marks the 11th year of the Siege of Vraks, time span approaching the Administratum's original 12-year projection for campaign completion. The irony is not lost on officers who remember initial briefings promising victory through application of calculated force over predicted duration. Those projections assumed conventional siege warfare against mortal defenders, mathematical exercises that factored artillery tonnage and acceptable casualty rates without accounting for chaos intervention, traitor marine resistance, or demonic incursions that transform military operations into theological conflicts. The Imperial forces surrounding the citadel number approximately 800,000 effectives, reduced from over 1.2 million at the force's peak through casualties sustained during Operation Thunderstrike and subsequent operations. The Space Marine presence has contracted to approximately 400 battle brothers, each chapter having sustained losses that would normally prompt withdrawal for reconstitution, but which the strategic importance of finally ending this campaign justifies. The Titans of Legio Astorum, reduced to 8 operational machines from the 22 that initially deployed, stand ready to provide fire support, though their princeps understand that close assault on fortified positions offers limited opportunity for God machine employment. Marshal Kazan coordinates planning for the final assault with staff who have served in the siege army for years, officers whose expertise derives from experience rather than training. The operation they design represents synthesis of every lesson learned during 11 years of operations, tactics refined through trial and error, purchased with hundreds of thousands of lives. The assault will combine orbital bombardment, Titan firepower, Space Marine spearhead assault, and Imperial Guard exploitation in carefully sequenced operation designed to overwhelm the Citadel's defenses before defenders can organize effective response. The critical variable involves breaching the citadel's walls, fortifications constructed from ferrocrete reinforced with adamantium, designed to resist sustained bombardment from orbital weapons. The walls stand 50 meters tall and 20 meters thick at their base, protected by void shields powered by reactors buried deep beneath the structure. Previous attempts to breach these defenses through conventional bombardment failed, the walls absorbing punishment that would have reduced ordinary fortifications to rubble. The solution involves engineering teams preparing specialized demolition charges placed through tunnel networks excavated specifically for this purpose, explosives positioned to bring down entire sections of wall through precise detonation sequence. Colonel Jurten receives briefing on the final assault 3 months before its execution, sufficient time for the regiment to train in urban combat techniques that will be required once the walls are breached. The 262nd Regiment will participate in the exploitation phase, advancing through gaps created by Space Marine assault to occupy the citadel's interior and secure objectives designated as critical for denying the defenders any possibility of organized resistance. The projected casualty rate for this operation reaches 60%, losses that will effectively destroy the regiment as combat effective force, but which command judges acceptable, given the operation's decisive nature. Morton prepares for what he understands will likely be his final battle, approaching the preparation with calm that might be mistaken for courage, but which represents simple exhaustion. He has survived 11 years in the trenches of Vraks Prime, witnessed horrors that would shatter minds lacking his conditioning, lost friends and comrades so many times that forming new attachments has become impossible. He no longer fears death in any meaningful sense, regarding it as a natural conclusion to existence that should have ended years ago. His only concern involves dying in manner that serves some purpose, that his death contributes to victory rather than simply adding another name to casualty lists that have grown too long to maintain meaning. The engineering teams complete their tunneling operations in early spring of 825 M41, excavating passages that reach beneath the citadel's walls to positions where demolition charges can be placed for maximum structural effect. The work consumes 3 months and costs approximately 2,000 engineering casualties, miners killed by cave-ins, enemy countermining operations, and simple accidents that occur when working in hostile environment under enemy fire. But the charges are positioned, connections verified, detonation sequences tested and retested until engineers express confidence that the operation will achieve its intended purpose. The final assault begins at dawn on the 91st day of 825 M41, exactly 12 years after the siege began, timing that seems to mock the Administratum's original projections. The operation commences with orbital bombardment targeting the citadel's void shield generators, lance strikes from high orbit seeking to collapse defensive screens through concentration of fire on projected weak points. The shields hold initially, their generators channeling power sufficient to protect against warship weapons, but sustained bombardment eventually overwhelms systems never designed for this intensity of assault. The void shields collapse in cascading failure that leaves the citadel exposed to surface bombardment. The Titans advance to firing positions and unleash weapons that rival orbital bombardment in destructive effect. Volcano cannons pump megajoules of energy into the citadel's walls, heating ferrocrete to temperatures where it begins to vitrify. Apocalypse missile launchers saturate defensive positions with Warheads that generate kill zones measured in hundreds of meters. The ground shakes continuously from impacts that register on seismographs kilometers away. The citadel disappearing behind clouds of pulverized stone and explosive residue. After 6 hours of sustained bombardment, the engineering teams detonate their charges. The explosions occur in carefully timed sequence, each detonation weakening structural supports that subsequent charges exploit. The entire operation designed to bring down sections of wall through progressive failure. The walls resist initially, absorbing explosive force through sheer mass, but the engineering calculations prove accurate. 3 sections of wall, each approximately 200 meters wide, collapse in sequence, creating breaches through which assault forces can penetrate. The Space Marines advance through the breaches before the dust settles, centuries of experience allowing them to operate in conditions that would blind and disorient normal humans. The Dark Angels claim the northern breach, their companies storming through the gap with bolters firing and power weapons active. The Red Scorpions take the western breach, their assault marines using jump packs to bypass rubble that would slow conventional advance. The Angels of Absolution enter through the southern breach, their forces splitting to secure flanks and prevent defenders from concentrating against the other assault elements. The Death Korps exploitation forces advance in the Space Marines' wake. The 262nd Regiment moving through the western breach behind Red Scorpion's elements. Morton experiences the breach assault as chaos barely controlled, soldiers climbing over rubble that shifts beneath their feet, moving through clouds of dust that reduce visibility to arm's length despite gas mask protection. Navigating by compass bearing and faith that the path leads forward rather than into killing zones where defenders wait with weapons aimed. The regiment sustains casualties from defenders firing from positions that survived the bombardment, snipers picking off soldiers as they navigate difficult terrain. But momentum carries them forward through sheer numbers and refusal to acknowledge losses. The citadel's interior reveals itself as a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, defensive positions prepared in depth to maximize cost of every meter gained. The Chaos Defenders fight with desperation, born of understanding that defeat means death or worse. No possibility of surrender or mercy from attackers who have fought for 12 years to reach this point. The combat devolves into room-to-room fighting where tactics matter less than willingness to accept casualties while grinding through opposition that lacks strength to stop assault, but possesses sufficient capability to make it costly. Morton's squad clears a corridor that stretches 50 meters through the citadel's infrastructure, advancing by sections while other elements provide covering fire. The defenders fight from prepared positions spaced to create interlocking fields of fire, each position requiring grenades and close assault to eliminate. The squad loses 3 soldiers clearing 30 meters, acceptable casualties by Death Korps standards, but painful when counted as specific individuals who possessed names and whom Morton had learned to trust. The survivors continue advancing because stopping accomplishes nothing except creating targets for enemy fire. Forward movement representing the only tactical option that offers any possibility of survival. The breakthrough to the Citadel's central chambers occurs after 16 hours of sustained combat. Space Marine and Imperial Guard forces converging on the complex where Cardinal Zaffan established his command center. The final assault on this stronghold becomes spiritual battle as much as military operation. Grey Knights leading the advance because they alone possess capability to confront the warp-spawned horrors that Zafan has summoned for his final defense. The Grey Knights encounter demon manifestations that represent concentrated essence of chaos corruption, entities that exist partly in Imperium and partly in warp, whose presence causes physical reality to warp and distort. Inquisitor Hector Rex accompanies the Grey Knights into the final chambers, his presence necessary for the ritual that will bind whatever powers Xafan has invoked and prevent them from maintaining presence after the Cardinal's death. The combat that ensues combines physical violence with psychic warfare, Grey Knights wielding force weapons that cut through demonic flesh, while Inquisitor Rex speaks words of banishment that cause the demons physical pain. The battle consumes 3 hours and costs 20 Grey Knight lives, warriors whose sacrifice represents incalculable loss for a chapter that cannot easily replace its fallen. Cardinal Zafan dies in his sanctum, surrounded by the corpses of his final bodyguards and the fading remains of demons banished back to the warp. The exact circumstances of his death remain classified at inquisitorial order, details too disturbing for conventional troops to know, but those who witness the aftermath describe corruption so profound that Zafan's body had ceased to be recognizably human. Inquisitor Rex performs the rites necessary to ensure that the Cardinal's soul cannot return from whatever hell awaits it, and orders the sanctum sealed pending decision about whether the entire structure requires demolition to eliminate lingering contamination. The citadel falls on the 3rd day of the final assault, remaining defenders surrendering or being eliminated in systematic clearing operations that continue for Solar Week. The Imperial forces consolidate control over the structure, while engineering teams assess damage and begin determining what, if anything, can be salvaged from the ruins. The Siege of Vraks Prime, which began 12 years earlier with confident projections of relatively straightforward military operation, concludes with Imperial victory that feels less like triumph than simply cessation of unendurable suffering. The casualty accounting takes weeks to complete, administrators struggling to compile accurate figures from records kept by units that no longer exist in recognizable form. The final statistics report 14 million Imperial guardsmen killed during the campaign, losses that dwarf the casualties sustained in most Imperial wars. The Space Marine chapters collectively lost approximately 600 battle brothers, irreplaceable warriors whose deaths will weaken the Imperium's defenses for generations. The Titans of Legio Asterum suffered 14 machines destroyed, god machines that required centuries to build and whose loss represents strategic defeat despite tactical victories achieved. The Chaos Defenders sustained total casualties. Vraks Prime's entire original population of 8 million either killed during the fighting or corrupted beyond redemption, and subsequently eliminated during post-combat purging operations. The planet itself has been transformed from productive armory world into devastated wasteland, requiring decades of effort to restore to minimal functionality. The strategic value of the victory remains questionable when balanced against resources consumed, analysts noting that the same effort directed toward other objectives might have achieved greater results at lower cost. Colonel Jurten survives the final assault, one of approximately 300 soldiers remaining from the 262nd Regiment that began the campaign with 4,800 personnel and received over 40,000 replacements during 12 years of operations. He compiles his final casualty report with hands that shake from exhaustion and neurological damage, counting names until the numbers lose meaning, calculating percentages that describe losses in abstract terms that fail to capture the reality of what has been destroyed. His report will join thousands of others in Administratum archives, documentation of campaign that consumed more lives than most Imperial worlds possess in total population. Morton does not survive. He dies during the second day of the final assault, killed by bolter fire from a Chaos Space Marine defending the approach to Zafan's sanctum. The mass reactive round that ends his life detonates on impact, destroying his torso and killing him instantly. Death as quick and clean as any soldier could hope for in the grim darkness of the far future. His body is recovered and cremated with thousands of others, ashes scattered across Vraks Prime's devastated surface in mass ceremony conducted by Adeptus Ministorum priests who speak words about sacrifice and service and the Emperor's eternal gratitude. His death affects no one particularly. His squad mates, those few who survived the final assault, note his absence with the same clinical detachment they would apply to broken equipment. He possessed no family that knows him, no friends outside military service, no legacy beyond his service record filed in databases that may never be accessed again. He served the Emperor faithfully for 11 years in the most brutal conditions imaginable, died in combat against humanity's enemies, and will be forgotten by everyone except perhaps the cogitators that track personnel statistics. His life mattered because the Imperium says it mattered, and his death served purpose because the Imperium achieved victory. And these certainties must suffice because alternatives suggest that meaning itself is illusion, and that all the suffering was for nothing. The spring of 825. 41 brings to Vraks Prime something that has not existed for 12 years. Silence. Not complete absence of sound, for the wind still howls across the Van Meersland wastes, and the occasional structural collapse echoes through the ruins, but silence measured by absence of artillery thunder and the crack of small arms fire. The war is over. The citadel has fallen. The defenders lie dead or imprisoned, awaiting execution. And in this silence, the survivors must confront what they have accomplished and what it cost them. Colonel Jurten walks the trenches that have been his home for 12 years, observing with clinical detachment the landscape transformed by sustained warfare. The ground shows no exposed earth, every square meter cratered or churned or scarred by weapons fire. The trenches themselves represent archaeological record of the campaign, their walls showing layers of different construction techniques as defenses were improved over years of occupation. Bodies still emerge from collapsed sections, soldiers who died early in the campaign and were buried by subsequent combat, their equipment corroded and their flesh long since consumed by the planet's hostile environment. The citadel stands as monument to the siege's futility, its walls breached and its interior devastated, but its core structure remaining largely intact despite everything directed against it. The engineers estimated that properly repairing the damage would require 3 years of intensive work and resources equivalent to building new facility on Virgin World. The Administratum will make final determination about Vraks Prime's future, deciding whether reconstruction represents acceptable investment or whether the planet should be abandoned to slow recovery under minimal Imperial oversight. The survivors number fewer than anyone projected. The siege army that numbered over 1.2 million at its peak has been reduced to approximately 200,000 effectives. The rest casualties or so damaged by prolonged combat that they require medical evacuation and will never return to active service. The Space Marine chapters withdraw with their casualties, each heading to chapter homeworlds or fortress monasteries to begin the long process of rebuilding strength that will take decades at minimum. The Grey Knights depart without ceremony, their involvement classified at levels where acknowledging their existence constitutes security violation. The Death Korps regiments that formed the Siege's core are being withdrawn to Krieg for reconstitution or disbanded entirely if losses exceed the point where maintaining unit identity serves any purpose. The 262nd Regiment, reduced to 300 soldiers from over 4,800 deployed and 40,000 replacements, receives orders for disbandment, its survivors to be distributed among other regiments, requiring personnel to achieve minimum strength. Colonel Jurten will transfer to a newly raised regiment, his experience considered valuable enough to justify assigning him to train soldiers who will eventually face similar horrors on other battlefields. He compiles his final reports with mechanical precision, documenting everything that occurred during his command in language that reduces human tragedy to administrative notation. The reports will be filed in archives that may never be examined, their value purely bureaucratic, ensuring that someone somewhere has recorded what happened even if no one will ever care to read it. The writing consumes his final days on Vraks Prime, a task that provides structure and purpose during a period when the absence of combat creates void that nothing else can fill. The Inquisition conducts its purges with thoroughness that borders on excessive, even by inquisitorial standards. Every soldier who participated in the siege undergoes screening for chaos taint, processes that range from simple gene testing to intensive interrogation by inquisitorial telepaths. Thousands are executed based on evidence of corruption, symptoms ranging from mutation to behavioral changes to simple exposure to warp phenomena that might have planted seeds of future corruption. The survivors accept these losses with the same numb resignation they bring to everything else, understanding that the Inquisition's methods are brutal, but probably necessary given the nature of the enemy they fought. The planetary population, what little remains, is subject to even more intensive scrutiny. The few civilians who survived the siege by hiding in bunker complexes or remote settlements are interrogated extensively about their experiences and observations. Most are found cleared of taint and allowed to remain on Vraks Prime if they choose, though many opt for resettlement to other worlds rather than continuing life on planet so thoroughly devastated by war. The Administratum will need to import new population if they decide to rebuild the armory facilities, workers and administrators drawn from other Imperial worlds to replace population that the siege destroyed. The memorialization efforts begin while corpse clearance operations still continue. The Adeptus Ministorum establishes shrines at significant battlefield locations, places where major engagements occurred or where particularly devastating casualties were sustained. These shrines serve dual purpose, honoring the fallen while also sanctifying ground that was contaminated by chaos presence, cleansing through blessing what warfare polluted through violence. Ecclesiarchy priests conduct ceremonies over mass graves containing thousands of bodies each, speaking words that promise resurrection when the Emperor returns to lead mankind to final victory. Colonel Jurten attends several of these ceremonies, standing among other survivors, while priests speak about sacrifice and service, and the certainty that those who died served humanity's survival. He tries to feel something appropriate to the moment, gratitude or pride, or at least acknowledgement that the dead deserved better than they received. He accesses only emptiness where emotion should exist, awareness that something fundamental broke during 12 years of continuous combat and may never be repaired. The other survivors stand with similar blank expressions, suggesting that whatever he experiences is common among those who endured the siege to its conclusion. The strategic analysis begins before the last bodies are buried. Administratum analysts attempting to derive lessons that might prevent future campaigns from consuming comparable resources. Their conclusions emphasize the danger of committing to siege operations without adequate intelligence about enemy strength and capability, the importance of identifying chaos involvement early rather than discovering it through contact with traitor Marines, the necessity of accepting sunk costs and withdrawing from unwinnable situations rather than continuing to feed resources into campaigns that cannot succeed. These lessons are documented in reports that will be distributed to military commands across the Imperium, though history suggests they will be ignored when the next crisis demands action and expediency overwhelms careful planning. The cost-benefit analysis proves uncomfortable reading for anyone who participated in the siege. The analysts calculate that the resources consumed on Vraks Prime could have equipped and sustained 3 full crusade fleets for 5 years each, could have fortified 12 threatened sectors against potential enemy incursion, could have accomplished any number of strategic objectives that would have advanced Imperial interests more effectively than reducing one corrupted armory world. The fact that Vraks Prime itself will require decades of reconstruction before returning to productivity means that the siege achieved negative strategic value, destroying more than it preserved even if the Imperial victory prevents chaos from maintaining presence in the Scarus sector. These analyses remain classified at levels where ordinary soldiers will never see them, prevented from understanding that their sacrifice achieved nothing of lasting value by authorities who recognize that soldiers cannot fight effectively if they understand the futility of their service. The official narrative describes the Siege of Vraks as glorious victory over chaos corruption, heroic defense of Imperial territory against heretical rebellion, demonstration that the Emperor's warriors will fight for as long as necessary to achieve final victory regardless of cost. This narrative serves purpose even if divorced from reality, maintaining morale and commitment among forces who must continue fighting elsewhere. The survivors depart Vraks Prime on transports that arrive to carry them to their next assignments, or home to Krieg for the Death Korps soldiers who will never truly leave military service. Colonel Jurten boards a transport with the regiment's remaining 300 soldiers, watching through viewports as Vraks Prime recedes behind them. Rust-colored planet scarred by warfare fading to insignificance against the void's darkness. He will never return to this world, never see whether the Administratum decides to rebuild or abandon it, never know if anything was accomplished beyond demonstrating that the Imperium can sustain catastrophic losses without acknowledging defeat. The transport enters warp transit, and Vraks Prime disappears from view entirely, become memory rather than immediate reality. Jurten sits in the cramped quarters allocated to officers and begins writing in personal journal that he has maintained sporadically during the campaign. He writes about what he witnessed, attempting to process experiences that his conditioning should have prepared him to handle, but which somehow exceeded the limits of what training can accomplish. He writes about soldiers he commanded and watched die, numbers that accumulated into figures that defy comprehension. He writes about the crushing weight of command in campaigns where every decision costs lives, and the only question involves whether those costs purchase anything worth having. He will continue this practice for the remainder of his career, writing in journals that he will never share with anyone, documenting thoughts that might be considered heretical if examined by authorities looking for doubt or questioning of imperial policy. The journals will serve as private confession, acknowledgement that even Death Korps conditioning cannot completely suppress human responses to sustained horror. They will remain his secret evidence that beneath the conditioning and training and decades of service exists something that resembles person rather than simply functional component in Imperial war machine. The transport breaks warp at Krieg system coordinates months later, arriving in orbit around the irradiated world where Death Korps soldiers are produced in continuous stream to feed Imperial military's insatiable appetite for expendable manpower. Jurten looks down at his homeworld with eyes that have seen more than most humans can comprehend, wondering whether the children currently being trained in Krieg's academies understand what awaits them when they deploy to campaigns like Vraks. He knows they do not, knows that understanding would break them before they ever reach battlefield, knows that ignorance represents mercy, that the Imperium grants its soldiers because the alternative would make military service impossible. The survivors disperse to their assignments, integrated into other units, or sent to training facilities to pass their experience to new generations. The 262nd Regiment ceases to exist as formal entity, its designation retired and removed from active roles, its history filed in archives where it will gather dust, along with documentation from thousands of other units that served and died in the Emperor's name. The regiment's contribution to the Siege of Vraks becomes footnote in histories that may never be written, one unit among hundreds that participated in campaign, whose significance will be debated by analysts who never experienced its reality. And on Vraks Prime, the planet continues its slow recovery, wind-carrying contamination across wastelands where nothing grows and nothing lives, ruins standing as monuments to the siege that consumed 12 years and 14 million lives. The shrines will remain for centuries, maintained by ecclesiarchy servitors who tend the graves and speak prayers to empty air. The trenches will slowly fill with wind-blown soil, eroding into faint shadows of the defenses that once stretched for thousands of kilometers. The citadel will stand until the Administratum decides whether to repair or demolish it, solid monument to the siege's central fact, that victory purchased at such cost represents defeat disguised as success. The war is over. The survivors scatter. The dead remain, buried in soil they gave their lives to claim, their sacrifice commemorated in words that promise meaning while delivering only the certainty that they are forgotten by everyone except the cogitators that track casualty statistics. And the Imperium continues, vast machine grinding forward with mechanical inevitability, consuming worlds and lives in pursuit of survival that requires constant sacrifice, eternal war that justifies itself through the claim that alternative represents extinction. This is the reality that the Death Korps serves, the truth that their conditioning prepares them to accept, that suffering represents purpose, death represents achievement, and meaning exists only in service to Emperor who may no longer be capable of appreciating what is done in his name. The chamber on Krieg designated for senior officer debriefing resembles interrogation room more than conference space. Bare rockcrete walls illuminated by lumen strips that cast harsh shadows. Single table with attached seating positioned beneath observation ports where recordings, equipment, documents, everything said. Colonel Jurten sits alone in this space, waiting for the Departamento Munitorum analysts who will extract his after-action report and assess his performance during 12 years commanding the 262nd Regiment through the Siege of Vraks. He is prepared for this debriefing as thoroughly as any operation, reviewing his own journals and official reports, constructing narrative that explains decisions made during campaign without acknowledging the doubts that accumulated during 12 years of sustained horror. The Death Korps does not reward honesty about psychological damage, does not accept that conditioning can fail under sufficient stress, does not permit commanders to admit that they sometimes questioned whether orders should be followed rather than simply executing them. Survival requires presenting face that matches institutional expectations, convincing evaluators that decades of service have not degraded capability or commitment. The analysts enter without introduction. 3 individuals wearing Administratum robes and carrying data slates loaded with information about every operation Jurten commanded. They introduce themselves with designations rather than names, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, and begin the debriefing without preliminary courtesies. Alpha takes lead, asking questions that progress chronologically through the campaign, extracting details about specific engagements and decisions made under pressure. Beta focuses on casualty rates and resource consumption, comparing actual results against projected outcomes and identifying discrepancies that require explanation. Gamma asks about morale and discipline, seeking evidence that Jurten maintained unit cohesion despite losses that would have broken ordinary regiments. The debriefing continues for 18 hours, with brief breaks for biological necessities, analysts extracting information with methodical thoroughness that suggests they conduct similar sessions regularly. Jurten responds with careful precision, describing events without editorial comment, providing tactical rationale for decisions without acknowledging the moral weight that accompanied each choice to expend lives in pursuit of objectives. He presents himself as he needs to be seen, competent professional who executed assigned missions despite unprecedented challenges, commander who maintained Death Korps standards during campaign, that tested those standards beyond anything contemplated during training. Alpha focuses particular attention on the Green Hell assault, questioning decisions that resulted in 87% casualties for what the analyst describes as minimal territorial gain. Jurten explains that orders required attempting the assault despite obvious risks, that withdrawing would have represented failure to execute assigned mission. The Death Korps doctrine emphasizes accepting casualties rather than acknowledging operational impossibility. Alpha records this explanation without comment, though his expression suggests skepticism about whether any objective justifies losses that approach total unit destruction. Beta examines the casualty statistics with particular intensity, comparing the regiment's losses against other units that participated in the siege. The 262nd sustained higher casualty rates than most comparable formations, distinction that might indicate either aggressive execution of orders or poor tactical judgment. that resulted in unnecessary deaths. Jurten defends his decisions by noting that Death Korps regiments are specifically raised for high casualty operations, that accepting losses falls within doctrine that has served the Imperium effectively for millennia. The questioning cost when objectives are achieved represents failure to understand strategic necessity. Gamma probes for evidence of morale problems or discipline failures, seeking to confirm that Jurten maintained unit effectiveness despite conditions that would degrade most formations. Jurten describes the regiment's performance with clinical detachment, noting that soldiers continued following orders throughout the campaign, that desertion rates remained effectively zero, that the unit maintained operational capability through constant integration of replacement personnel. He does not mention the exhaustion visible in every soldier's eyes, the way veterans moved like old men despite young ages, the increasing frequency of emotional breakdowns that medici teams treated with stimulants and reassignment rather than proper psychiatric care. The debriefing concludes after the analysts exhaust their questions, Alpha thanking Jurten for his service and informing him that his performance will be assessed and recommendations made regarding future assignments. The three analysts depart with their data slates full of information that will be processed into reports feeding into larger assessments about the Siege of Vraks and the Death Korps' role in it. Jurten remains in the chamber briefly after they leave, sitting in silence and processing the experience of having 12 years of service reduced to 18 hours of questions and answers that captured nothing of what actually occurred. He returns to quarters assigned to officers awaiting reassignment. Small room containing bunk, storage locker, and desk suitable for administrative work. He retrieves his personal journal from the locker, opening to blank pages at the back, where he will record his final thoughts about the Siege of Vraks before moving forward to whatever assignment the Departamento Munitorum determines appropriate for officer of his experience and conditioning. He writes, "The siege has ended. We achieved victory through methods that destroyed more than they preserved. 14 million Imperial guardsmen died to reclaim one world that may never return to productivity. I commanded through 12 years of operations that tested Death Korps doctrine beyond its design limits and found that even our conditioning cannot completely suppress human responses to sustained horror. I survived when 48,400 soldiers under my command died. This survival troubles me in ways that training did not prepare me to process." He continues, "The official narrative describes Vraks as glorious victory over chaos corruption, triumph of Imperial perseverance over heretical rebellion. This narrative serves necessary purpose, maintaining morale among forces who must continue fighting elsewhere. But the truth, which I acknowledge only in private writing that no one will read, is that Vraks represents failure disguised as success. We committed to siege operations without adequate intelligence, continued prosecuting unwinnable campaign because withdrawing would acknowledge mistake, and ultimately achieve victory only through accepting costs that rational analysis would classify as unacceptable." He writes, "I commanded soldiers trained from birth to view their lives as expendable assets in service of Imperium survival. This conditioning allowed them to walk into guns repeatedly, accepting losses that would break ordinary humans, dying without complaint, because sacrifice represents their purpose. But I witnessed this conditioning fail under sufficient pressure, saw soldiers questioning whether their service mattered, observed veterans suffering psychological damage that training should have prevented. The Death Korps trains for martyrdom, but not for survival beyond the point where death should have claimed them. He continues, "The lessons I learned on Vraks Prime will inform my future service, assuming I receive future assignments rather than being judged to damage for continued command. I learned that some positions cannot be taken through assault regardless of willingness to accept casualties. I learned that Chaos Marines represent threat the conventional forces cannot effectively engage. I learned that campaigns can continue far beyond the point where they serve strategic purpose, simply because admitting failure costs more politically than sustaining military losses. I learned that victory itself becomes meaningless when purchased at cost that exceeds any conceivable benefit." He writes, "Private Morton, service designation 37689, died during the final assault on the citadel. He served for 11 years in conditions that should have killed him dozens of times, survived through combination of skill and improbable luck that defied statistical expectation. His death affected no one, particularly because he possessed no connections beyond military service, no family that knew him, no friends outside his squad. He died serving the Emperor faithfully and will be forgotten by everyone except perhaps the cogitators that track personnel statistics. His life mattered because doctrine says it mattered, and this certainty must suffice because alternatives suggest that all the suffering was for nothing." He concludes, "I will continue serving because serving is what Death Korps officers do. I will command soldiers in future campaigns, make decisions that determine who lives and dies, accept responsibility for outcomes that no amount of skill or judgment can fully control. I will maintain the face that the Imperium requires its commanders to present, competent professional who executes orders without questioning their wisdom, leader who expends lives with appropriate regard for their value but without sentimentality that would compromise operational effectiveness. This performance has become natural through decades of practice, mask worn so long that distinguishing it from actual personality grows increasingly difficult." He closes the journal and secures it in the locker, aware that maintaining such documentation violates security protocols and represents risk if anyone examines it. But the risk seems abstract compared to the necessity of recording truth that exists nowhere else, maintaining private account of what occurred when official records describe only sanitized version that serves institutional purposes. The journal represents resistance against forgetting, acknowledgement that something significant happened on Vraks Prime, even if its significance lies primarily in demonstrating the cost that the Imperium will sustain in pursuit of victory. The assignment notification arrives 3 days later via data slate message, encrypted with his personal authorization codes. Colonel Jurten is to assume command of the newly raised 418th Krieg Siege Regiment. Formation currently completing training and scheduled for deployment to Armageddon, where Orc incursions threaten Imperial positions. The regiment consists of 4,600 soldiers drawn from the latest Vitae Womb production cycles, young troops who will look to him for leadership and example based on his reputation as veteran of the Vraks campaign. He reads the assignment with mixture of acceptance and resignation, understanding that the Departamento Munitorum has evaluated his performance and concluded that he remains useful despite everything. He will command fresh soldiers who know nothing of war, lead them into battles that will test their conditioning, and determine which ones possess capability to survive. He will make decisions that result in some dying, while others live, accept responsibility for outcomes that he can influence but never fully control. He will continue serving because serving is what he knows, and because the alternative represents acknowledgement that 12 years on Vraks accomplished nothing beyond demonstrating that some wars cost more than any victory can justify. The transport to Armageddon departs in 2 weeks, sufficient time to review operational briefings and prepare for assuming command of regiment that exists currently only on organizational charts and in training complexes. Jurten uses this time to study what intelligence exists about orc forces his regiment will engage, reviewing tactical doctrine for fighting enemies that approach warfare with fundamentally different psychology than human opponents. The analysis provides distraction from thoughts that circle endlessly through his mind during quiet moments, questions about whether his service matters and whether the suffering he has witnessed and inflicted serves any purpose beyond perpetuating itself. On his final day on Krieg, before departing for Armageddon, Jurten visits the Hall of Remembrance, where Death Korps maintains records of regiments that have served in the Imperium's name. He locates the entry for the 262nd Regiment, finding it filed among thousands of other units whose designations mean nothing to anyone except those who served in them. The entry lists the regiment's deployment dates, major engagements, and final disposition, disbanded after sustaining casualties exceeding reconstitution capacity. No mention of individual soldiers, no acknowledgement of specific sacrifices, just administrative notation that the unit existed and then ceased to exist. He stands before this entry for longer than strictly necessary, paying respects to soldiers who will never receive formal memorialization beyond this bureaucratic record. He thinks about Morton and Henrik and the thousands of others whose names he remembers or has forgotten. Soldiers who gave everything in service of Imperium, that will forget them immediately. He acknowledges silently that their sacrifice mattered, must be made to matter through his own continued service and the example he provides to soldiers who will follow. This acknowledgement represents faith rather than certainty, belief that persists despite doubt, because the alternative leads nowhere except despair. He departs Krieg on the scheduled transport, watching through viewports as his homeworld recedes behind him, for what he knows will not be the last time. He will return here eventually, whether to assume new commands or to die in one of the underground hives where Death Korps soldiers end their service. But for now, he moves forward to Armageddon and the next campaign, carrying with him the lessons learned on Vraks Prime and the determination to ensure that those lessons were not purchased entirely without value. The Imperium continues, vast machine grinding forward with mechanical inevitability, consuming worlds and lives in pursuit of survival that requires constant sacrifice. The Death Korps serves this machine faithfully, providing bodies for the meat grinder, accepting that individual deaths mean nothing except in aggregate, where they accumulate into victories measured by territory held and enemies eliminated. This is the reality that Colonel Jurten has served for decades and will continue serving until death claims him. Reality that must be accepted because questioning it leads only to paralysis and failure to execute the duties that represent his purpose for existing. The Siege of Vraks Prime ended with Imperial victory achieved at cost of 14 million lives and transformation of productive armory world into devastated wasteland requiring decades to rebuild. The campaign demonstrated that the Imperium can sustain catastrophic losses without acknowledging defeat. That determination to achieve objectives outweighs any consideration of cost, that victory itself becomes secondary to proving that retreat represents unacceptable option regardless of circumstances. These lessons will be forgotten by most, ignored by many, and learned again at terrible cost in future campaigns. But the same mistakes will be repeated because institutional memory serves strategic purposes rather than tactical wisdom. And in the silence that settles over Vraks Prime after the armies depart, the planet begins its slow recovery, wind eroding the scars and time covering the evidence of what transpired here. The graves will remain for centuries before finally eroding away, monuments to sacrifice that meant everything to those who made it, and nothing to the Imperium that required it. The citadel stands empty, waiting for decisions that may never come about, whether restoration justifies investment or whether abandonment represents more efficient allocation of resources. And somewhere in the Imperium's vast archives, reports about the Siege of Vraks gather dust alongside documentation from thousands of other campaigns. Words describing horror that language cannot adequately convey and suffering that statistics cannot fully capture. This is the story of the Siege of Vraks Prime, 17 years of continuous combat that consumed 14 million Imperial guardsmen and achieved victory that tasted like defeat. This is the reality that the Death Korps serves, the truth that their conditioning prepares them to accept. That in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and war consumes everything without producing meaning beyond the determination to continue fighting regardless of cost. And this must suffice, because the alternative is acknowledging that all the suffering served no purpose beyond demonstrating humanity's capacity to inflict and endure horror in pursuit of objectives whose value pales beside their cost. The war is over. The siege has ended. The survivors move on to next campaign, and Vraks Prime remains, silent monument to the price of victory and the futility of war without end.